Here now.
I think so.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad for him.
Next week for sure, TM.
I hope. One hope.
I'm still somewhat disappointed that we killed that Grave Knight too early for me to make a beating the dead horse joke.
Yeah.
So I thought of that
How
at the very
dare you.
beginning, then never got a chance to, and then killed him and was like, "Fuck!" Especially since it was me that killed him. It was the worst.
Wait,
It's like,
shit,
God, I failed myself.
did that just nuke the entire music system? Can I not have my music fade?
Yeah, but you need viewers for that to matter.
Copyright struck.
Your mom doesn't count. Yeah.
How dare. I think it blew it up. I can't have my fades. Alright, I'll just go ahead and
Do
turn
you
that
need to
off.
fade it in first?
No, I don't think so. I think it just defaults to playing at full volume. Man, one of these days. These days.
No, it's fine. Just tell us when, and we'll lower our headset volume so it's kind of like it fades out.
Perfect. Wait, you can control all of our audio at the same time, right? That bug still exists, so just do that.
Are you all able to hear anything? Like, is there a song playing right now?
There
No.
was before it reloaded, but not anymore. It wasn't fading, but it was playing.
Anything now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5. Why is it the audio stuff that's having the most trouble on this thing? No, I still don't hear a dang thing. Alright, hang on. Fizz setting. Anyone know if Marv will be late today?
I was messaging him like 2 minutes ago, but
Cool. He'll probably be in pretty soon then.
he went offline.
Yeah.
You should be gone. Come on. Audio capture. Audio output set directly to this. Was immediate? Should be immediate. And yet. Oh, do I need to do this? Set to. Ugh. Okay, hang on. I have to shut the whole thing down and bring it back up. I guess switching that caused it to freak out. One sec. Foundry. Boot. Close all of my Firefox windows. Because, good lord, do I need memory? That could have been it. Boot. Server's booting up. Kill Noita just in case it's somehow grabbing audio output. And music. What? Yeah, my headphones are on. If I play with this, that's changing y'all's volume though, right?
I didn't hear any change. No, that got louder.
Okay. So messing with my global volume controls doesn't mess with it, but messing with that does. Making my volume mixer.
I've just gone selectively deaf and haven't noticed.
Comes through my monitor just fine. Ugh. Manage sound devices. Alright. Use. Send a test audio. Okay, that doesn't work. Ow. Okay, that's really loud. That works. Alright, so this is my default. The other one does not work. It won't let me set it. That is the default. Okay, just disable that one. Really? Enable that. It was working so beautifully last week. Why is it being all mean? Stop being mean. Alright, we just... Uh-huh. And if I mess with this... Yep, hearing it just fine, but if I mess with this... Yep, can't hear a dang thing. Cool. So this headset that I have, it has two modes to it. It has a Bluetooth and it has a line-in. And whenever you do the Bluetooth, it boots up two separate devices, one which is a hands-free AG audio and the other one which is just a stereo device. It defaults to stereo and does not expose the audio, but the audio, the hands-free audio, is the only thing that is being registered for Foundry.
Huh.
Unfortunate.
Yep. I will just have to keep my audio quiet. We're gonna have an old school stream today, I suppose. Okay, let me, well, I mean, I guess it knows what it's playing in the background, so you guys aren't hearing like a doubling of the music right now, right?
I hear it through your microphone
Yeah, a
like
little,
a little
bit,
bit,
through your mic,
but that's about it. There is, it's not doubled up on my end. It's just whenever you talk, it gets caught in the background.
Okay.
Hello, Marvs.
Acceptable, I suppose. Hey, Marv.
Vigilante won't be with here yet again. He doesn't like us.
That the party was evil.
So come on in, everybody. Server will be stable at this point.
I've been in, dude. I've just
no,
been
you gotta
sitting
refresh.
here.
One of the times you restarted, it didn't restart us.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
it gets finicky whenever you do a lot of refreshes real fast.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now more music's working. All right. First order of business when you guys get in, by the way. If you would all mind selecting a card for me. That's 2 for right.
Right one is the good one.
All right. It will be 3. Being featured today is Death and the Fool. The extremes of the tarot. We're gonna have an average game today. Average. Okay. By the way, everybody's character sheet is opening just fine and everything looks good?
I do believe so.
Sweet.
I don't remember exactly what happened last session. Did we get a rest in between then and now?
Yeah.
Hey,
We rested before we did anything at the end of last session.
and I know this has been discussed approximately 500 times, but how does healing and a long rest work?
You don't actually have to know, thankfully, because you can just click on your character, do utility, and then do rest for the night.
I mean, with the fact that I don't need to roll for treat wounds, you can probably just be full health after
Oh.
your rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can heal the entire party in 10 minutes and keep doing it until everybody's full. So.
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna
I think we started the rest at like 9 a.m., so we had plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna click this just for kicks and giggles and see what it. Okay.
I think it's your level times your con mod
Yeah.
HP, the minimum of your level.
Yeah.
Presuming that you have not horrible sleeping conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or sleep in your armor, and in those cases, I think you get half that.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Unless you have one of the armors you can sleep in, or feat that negates armor sleeping.
Yeah. Some pretty impressive feat. Figured it would only affect your shoes.
Only I can make puns. Get out of your mouths.
Oh dear. Also, everyone, you are at 1 hero point when we start today. Please feel free to adjust things to make that happen. And
I have the frightened condition removed from my character sheet.
you shouldn't have it. I'm not seeing it. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing it. Weird. Hang on. Go away.
Yet again, I'm a dumbass, and I had 2 hero points, and now I am back down to 1.
Wait yourself.
Man.
You gotta burn those things on there.
I know, dude. I do this with everything that I do, you know? It's the whole I need it for later.
I was gonna say you might need it.
Those old RPG-isms bringing their way back into the session.
Yep,
With our sessions, it really seems like when you want to use a bunch of them, we only get one.
Right.
And then when you only really need the one, we get a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Rolling things back a few minutes. You guys had just freshly arrived in a new world, ? After trying to figure out where Althara was. Whom apparently... Yes, you're parked at the peak of a mountain. Below you is clouds, and all around you is snow. And a particularly malcontent person decided to appear out of nowhere while you were still getting your bearings, and is demanding an audience with you. Who I will keep here for the sake of rolls if I need to make them. We need to talk, he says, pointing quite directly at Kios.
Hello. Who are you?
I will answer whom I am once you've identified yourselves.
Oh, well, I'm Kios. This is Marvs, this is Renault, this is Vincent, and if,
Waves his hand. I'm not interested in your names. I want to know who you work for.
Technically we're our own organization, though we are sponsored by the Kingdom of Grenholt.
Entrepreneurs work for ourselves.
We're self-employed. I will say in character.
We are our own self-starting business, but we get heavy government funds. We're basically Amazon.
Yeah. Amazon.
How did the Kingdom of Grenholt come by that? He says as he gestures to the silver ship behind you.
It
just
was
we
no,
found
it
it
was a
in-
portal. We took the portal out of the Hall of Forgotten Woe,
Yeah,
and it was
we found
near.
it.
It was in her
We
like
found
work
it past
area.
Moonland.
Yeah.
Importantly, is this an out of character or in character discussion?
Oh, what's in character? It's
I
got
was gonna say
Yeah.
I would
character.
yeah I would probably yeah. I mean, you know, if it came to him directly asking, I would say it was essentially on accident that was found.
And that it even started.
Oh.
Right. How did we start this bad boy up again?
We were gonna open a portal somewhere else, but then it like started opening, and we were like, well, that works.
Oh yeah. I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
Right?
Because we
Sorry,
needed
just
like
to take
your ring, the lantern, and then the notebook that had the circle that we were gonna carve written in it.
Yep.
And then all those things combined, it warped to another reality.
He says, "Well, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to put you all under arrest until I can sort this out." Then.
First off, not a big fan of arrest.
It's been
Second off,
kidnapping.
we are in search of a kidnapped god, so I think our business trumps yours.
They're right about there. And I'll point towards the ground wherever the detective in the red man.
Right, he says, disbelieving.
You're not helping right now.
Well, it's not my fault that they're right down there.
Yeah, I mean, I will like, as insane as it may make me seem, I will like assist him, and then you know I'll say like, by all accounts, as far as we can tell, they are right there and point
My
to the same
spooky
spot.
sword said they're right down there, somewhere in the mountain.
All right, whomever would like to, who is currently making their case, make an impression for this man.
It's diplomacy.
Yeah, it's gonna be Renault and Marv's. If anything, I'm gonna try and stop them.
Ooh.
Hey.
But they're clearly doing a good job, so.
Getting all of our good luck out of the way at the start of the session.
Marv's is pulling out his best smile, and the most pleading one. He will pause for a moment. His attitude will shift up a grade. He becomes neutral.
Boy.
Fine, say I believe you, but that's irrelevant. First, we need to discover exactly where you discovered this, and where its previous owner has gone to.
I think she's dead in our world. Well, that one of her is dead.
That's something like he says.
Well.
Well, I got haunted by her at one point, so I think I'd know.
Yeah, she's sort of dead. Some part of her remains, and is now a god.
Yeah,
but
she kind of got split in two, and part of her died, the other part got reborn.
Ish.
Weird situation.
Reborn-ish. Reborn light.
She's our niece.
His eyes narrow as he considers the information you're giving him.
All of the information?
Holy shit, that dude's stat.
I know, right?
Wisdom +9.
You want to fight him?
Fuck no. He's got wisdom +9. That means he's got a 30 in wisdom. Or like a 28.
He is a high-level character. He will kind of flustered a bit, adjust his belt, and step forward, kind of looking at you guys for the first time now, as he appraises each of you. Any of you have outstanding warrants?
Not to any of our knowledge, Marv's.
Not anymore.
You.
Okay. All right. Well, couldn't have come at a worse time.
Well, I doubt that. I can probably think of something worse.
Sun's not exploding, so it can't be that
Right,
bad.
like
We dealt with that just last week.
a year and a half ago, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How the time flies.
Time
Feels
is
like last week.
convoluted.
Yep.
Well, you're in better straits than we are from the sounds of it.
Sun not blowing up is pretty good straits.
So there were like 8 Carnivasses at one point.
Still have a Pantheon?
Yes,
Mostly.
mostly.
Kinda.
2 of them
At least
retired.
one of them is kidnapped.
One of them is kidnapped, and one of them really wants to kill all the other ones, but isn't allowed to.
How's Seer?
Who?
See?
That's the
Seer
continent.
being the big continent that you guys are on. We're on.
Oh,
I think it's still there,
intact. Yeah, we just came from there, so.
doing continent things.
That's 2 things that we don't have in common then.
Unfortunate.
That's fine. Did your sun explode?
It's been okay, so.
No, we have more interesting problems to deal with.
This bitch.
More interesting than the sun explode.
Right. Like, it's pretty interesting at the time, my dude.
Guess you'd have to be there.
He spies the ring that you have on your finger. How'd you come by that?
Funny story.
Nephew gifted it to him.
If he says
I
that,
already know the answer.
if he says nephew gifted it to him, I'll just
niece.
shut up.
Niece gifted it to you, right?
No, we found it
not
in
at
the
all.
tomb for that one.
I robbed her grave, and
Well, she didn't take it away from you afterwards, okay?
Right.
So.
Well, it can't have been her grave, because you have her skull, but she still has a skull. Those just don't
true.
grow on trees.
Pauses to
Very true.
consider your
Oh.
statements.
Well, I mean, they don't normally
think.
grow on trees,
I mean,
but
I'm a doctor, and I haven't seen skull trees, but
Alright, let's say I believe you. That by some divine circumstance, you've managed to find your way to this gilded wing and back here.
gilded wing.
afraid
Oh,
that
is
you're
that
going to
the
have to
is that the silver thing behind us? The
no,
gilded
I
wing.
think he means your fucking ring.
Oh, gilded ring. Oh,
Oh.
misheard that.
Yeah,
It was with a W, you had it right.
oh,
Yeah, get out of here, dude.
weird.
well,
I'll ask him. Like, is that the thing behind me?
That's what she called it anyway.
Okay, so the ring and my investigations into it led us to the Hall of Forgotten Woe, which led us to a workshop where this was just floating and looked like it was being studied. But that's
And then we opened it on accident.
and it just kind of opened itself, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like-
We were investigating some people that tore a hole into our world, and then this opened.
And if we did it on purpose, I don't know how. Like if it was something that we did.
You know, I also don't know how to get back. Should have figured that out before we left.
It'll be fine. Things always work out.
The circumstances. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to turn that over to the state.
The gilded
state?
wing? Honestly, I don't know how we parked it, so I guess?
Well then,
Yeah.
let's have that ring.
Oh, no, you can't have that. That one you can't have. We can,
Give
we
you
can,
the moon lantern we plugged into it.
yeah. How about that?
We need the moon lantern.
Well, we just can't go to the moon or turn on the
Do
spaceship.
you guys have a moon?
He'll shrug off your question as he looks out to the lantern. Fine, that's acceptable for now.
Alright, here you go.
He'll take it. He'll just kind of put it under his cloak and it'll be gone as he pulls his hand back.
Oh, hey, I can do that.
Can I have a receipt for that? We need that back eventually.
I can do that too, and I guess I'll just pull out my mentalist staff. That's pretty cool, dude.
He's doing something similar to yours, you think?
I haven't met
Sure.
anybody who can do this too.
He'll narrow his eyes. See her perversions linger still.
Yikes,
Oh, you
dude.
speak
That's a
of
little
rings
bit
that way.
mean. Jeez. You don't have to be so mean about it, man.
There's a crack that rings out below as there's a spark of light. We should really be going. For one, you shouldn't be up on this mountain peak. For
Yeah.
two, I'm going to have to now delay the king.
Which king?
Which one?
If you peer real hard down this narrow crevasse of a peak that kind of winds down into a range, right? You can see about 500 feet away and some down that there is a procession of people in a more or less single line who is being led by a tall, lanky person fitted with a silver crown bearing a flag. They appear to be making their way to the summit.
I mean, I can help them with that.
Do we recognize the flag?
Is this some sort of religious thing where they need to make the trek? Or do they just want to be at the summit?
Something like that.
The religious thing?
Yes.
Alright, so you don't want me just to portal them over here.
I would refrain engaging in any sort of divine magics.
I don't think that one's divine.
We have much more to talk about then. He'll kind of shudder out of existence and reappear in front of the procession.
But he just did it. What the fuck, this guy?
Yeah, but his probably
Oh,
wasn't
Sanders.
divine. Oh, fuck, that means I can't cast anything, probably.
Yeah, probably not.
You get a weird feel from this place, by the way, divine casters. It
Oh yeah, it's...
feels like the etheric currents, to coin a term, are wild in this place, unstructured, where everything kind of had an order to it and was just being kind of pushed around on occasion. Where you're from, this place is wild and untamed. It feels like the merest provocation will send ripples spreading throughout the world.
Wild magic sorcerer, except not a sorcerer.
Wild magic divinity. They'll speak quietly for a moment, and though there's some frustrations, the king will turn back and they will start walking back down. He'll shudder out of existence and come back. By the way, Kios, you've seen it twice, and you've already seen it recently. He's using Dimension Door. Although he's doing it very quickly. He casts it as an action. And he'll reappear. Right. So, he looks to where you're pointing. You think that there's a god there?
Yeah. Sword said
Promise
so.
Drift. Might be a part of one still. If you're so lucky. We should talk, especially since it seems that you're quite unaware of what it is that you're bearing before the Overgod sees. Come, he'll say as he gestures you all to join him. I can only reach so far with this magic.
I suppose.
Sure.
Why not? What could go wrong?
Lots of things.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
Sun still hasn't exploded here.
yeah, I mean,
True.
I
That could
don't
happen.
know. I'll come along either way. I don't really have a whole lot to lose here. I feel like if he wanted to force us to come along, he could,
Yeah.
but
I mean, he already impounded our car, so.
yeah, I mean,
Take the keys.
yeah,
I mean, he essentially took the battery out of it.
It's
And
true.
the lantern.
yeah.
Also, doesn't put you in a great position if he's just like, all right, fuck off to space, bye. So there will be a quick shudder, and in a moment, you'll be standing in a great stone hall lit by crystalline flecks of glowstone and glowform hanging from the ceiling and embedded in the stone. Various reliefs of figures are on the walls by you, and columns stretch from the floor to the ceiling in regular 20-foot patterns. This place stretches on for, it looks like, about 100 feet before it ends in a kind of a curved alcove, which is beset by a statue of a woman who is weaving a thread. Her whole base 2 statue being entirely made of gold, except for the string that she holds between her heads, which is red and glistening. Those of you who are students of the canon do not need a check to recognize that this is a rather austere presentation of the Fate Weaver, which would technically make this a church, although there are no pews. There don't appear to be any places of worship per se. It's almost like a house where you would invite the god, but just to stay for a few moments. It's like a nice place to have a prayer.
Like a halfway home for gods.
Mm-hmm. That's not a bad way to think of it. There are a number of scattered robes and cloaks and bedrolls that are spread across this place, but all of them are abandoned. Nobody's been in here for some time, it seems. Cobwebs strew across the columns and decorate the corners of this place. And he will walk over to a low circular table, which is surrounded by a couple of low stone benches, and with a flourish will dust off the surface and invite you all to sit.
Yeah, that's all set.
Sure. Yeah.
Look familiar to you? He asks as he gestures to his surroundings. It doesn't,
No.
by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll just kind of stare blankly at him for a minute. Like, are you expecting it to?
Well, you mentioned that you came from the Hall of Forgotten Woe, and this is it.
Not this one.
No, yeah,
It's a different one.
This isn't what ours looked like. Ours had significantly more bodies than Kernavas.
Yes. First, I feel I should welcome you to our world, although we don't often receive guests, especially ones arriving in the way that you do. It would nonetheless be a poor hosting for me to not introduce you to it. From what I've gathered thus far of your world, we live in quite different ones. For one, do you have the ancients in your world?
Uh,
No? Not
you'll have to be
anymore?
more specific. I
Yeah,
was gonna
no.
say it. I don't think so.
What became of the meet between the deities and the old, he says as he looks over you all, the old Sephirin?
Was that the divine contract? Or one
Yeah,
of them?
he's talking about a religious historical event where basically the gods were strong-armed into going, okay, fine, I guess we will decide to stop intervening with moral affairs.
Yeah, I'll describe that then. Yeah.
He'll nod and say, and that's likely where our two worlds diverged. You see, in ours, the Pantheon decided that it would rather simply attack the Ancients in their seat. And in the ensuing battle, Arcing Taint was activated. There was a devastating war, which has left our planet mostly arid and bare, save a few surviving outcrops here in Mahamluk. You won't find much for talk. Or food, I'm afraid.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I guess I probably can't create food if he doesn't want us using divine magic.
He will look at you, noticing your prominent holy symbol. Know, priest, that this world will be unfamiliar to you. There are no gods to call to. Instead, it is a malleable thing. I don't recommend that you use any of your magics here, lest you wish to leave lasting impressions and perhaps gain a cult.
Can I feel? Oh, I mean, kind of. But
No, no cults.
can I feel any change since this ring was created by the person who brought Arcana to our world? Is there like?
Is any change in the ring now that you're here?
I guess so. Yeah.
Feels more powerful.
I figured it would be something like that.
Easier. Mm-hmm. And about your ring, he says. Nice bridging of the topic, by the way. You should know that the woman who bore that was a thief. And that what you bear on your ring, is nothing less than her crowning achievement, a conglomeration of thieveries that span across numerous worlds.
You call it thieving. I call it reappropriation of wealth.
Isn't
Not
she also our
thievery.
like current suspect for who stole the gods?
Who is?
The person whose ring he has.
Eormus. Yep.
'Cause I thought she did the travel thing when I prayed to her.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And he'll... If you bring that up, do you bring it up?
Yeah, sure. That's why we're here.
He'll nod and listen as you recall your visit through surreptitiously another world, which happened to pierce yours, and your encounter with the Grave Knight, and then prayer to Eormus, who then responded. He'll quirk up an eyebrow at that, but he'll nod. Well, I can promise that world was not this one. But if what you say is true, then she has stolen something even greater than she has in the past. She likes to take trinkets from the gods. Little tiny bits of portfolios and powers. She's like a magpie, flitting in and stealing something and then leaving. On and on and on and on. I hear complaints of it always from those who manage to unfortunately stumble into our world before I see them out of it and back to where they came from.
Oh, that probably helps explain the detectivity on the pod, because that was fucking weird.
Yeah, you're getting the impression that she kind of just cobbled this together with a whole bunch of random portfolios. So, to the point then. Now that you know the fate of our deities, I can assure you, if you were to pray to one, if they were anywhere, they would hear you. So if you wish, pray to your Althara. But I promise you she will not answer.
Is that a challenge? No.
I'd go ahead and do it silently.
There's no response. It's unusual because usually you'll get some form of response from a deity when you pray to them, even if it's just kind of a shrug or that they're not paying attention. You get some sort of feedback. It's like the line clicking when you call a phone number, or it going to voicemail, or just ringing endlessly. There's some sort of feedback that you know that you had a connection. There's none of that here.
Pick up the phone and it's just static.
Yep.
Oh.
Not even a dialing service. Just dead lines. This world is fragile. And now that you've seen that your deity is not here, I will see you leave it. Though I wish to recover the Gilded Wing and have back what was stolen from us. If she's truly on now to stealing deities, then perhaps it's better I let you leave.
Whilst everything you say does make sense, I believe that's how we got here in the first place, isn't it? So I don't know how we're supposed to leave.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have
So, yeah, I
the,
mean,
you can't
that-
have the X-Wing.
That claimed to have taken us to where we needed to go.
Yeah,
I do not know how her manner of machine works, but that it is a cobbled together menagerie of ideas and conflicting diagrams and portfolios. But I know enough of it that it functions as a prayer. It seeks out the closest imagining to that which you are aspiring to find. If it is your deity that you are seeking, you may try another of her aspects, I suppose. But more likely, I expect that you will find someplace else if you were to even provide the same wish to it now.
Well,
I'll accept that challenge.
Yeah,
we'll
worth a
see.
shot, I guess.
Hmm.
What's the worst that could happen?
Uh, well, now we can't leave. You jinxed it.
I
He'll,
already
uh,
jinxed it.
To the Lauren mobile.
He'll give you all a hard stare for a moment, and then he'll look at Vincent. He stares at you kind of disconcertingly, Vincent. You feel a moment as if he's almost staring into your mind. There's no magic involved here. He just has a keen perception. You can see his irises slightly opening, as if to pull more information out from the head that he's peering into. And after a moment, he'll pull out the lunar battery, and while handing it to Kios, ask you a question. And you're free to answer however you like.
An open book. What does he need?
How is Kernovos?
He's not the worst he's ever been. I mean, you know, he's he. I
Right.
mean,
He's not
He's
even that.
less of a dick than he has been.
yeah.
Uh,
I
He
think we're his,
unkilled Marvs.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
he added and then removed a skull from Kios's back, right? So I mean,
He ripped my arm
Oh.
off.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I
that
mean-
was the other Kernovas. This one
He-
hasn't ripped any limbs off.
he's
Hmm.
starting to repent. You know, I can see a change in him. You know, he even called us his friends, which you know, that's
That
gotta
was
be
worrying, though,
progress.
honestly.
little worrying, but it shows some progress.
A look of disbelief spreads across his face as you say that he called you friends.
He's
didn't
making
believe him, did
progress.
you?
Anyway.
Well, I
We didn't
believe
what?
that, yeah.
Yes.
What?
He asks if you believed him.
I mean,
Yeah, man.
not really.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
not
You
really.
believe anything Kernovas says? I mean,
Yeah,
eh,
he had just ripped my arm off like the day before, so no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not really, but you don't really have a ton of choice. So at
It
the
was
time
that
we
or the
didn't.
sun explodes, so
Yeah.
we went with it.
See. Well, he remains selfish to a fault, at least. That is predictable. Mine decided to leave not too long ago. I'm suspecting that it is yours that he went to. I can see still his lingering trace on you.
We did have a couple rattling around there.
Couple. There's more than one.
Yeah,
yeah.
at least 3 that we've met.
At least.
Because there was the one that did the massacre, there's the one that ripped off my arm and killed Marvs.
And shoved a skull into my back.
Yeah, and then there's the current one
Hmm.
that we know of, or that we actually spoke to. Well,
He nods along. Although he's treating all of these statements with suspicion. Seems to be like pausing ever so often to verify back in the back of his head. Is that right? Does that match with everything else they said? Yeah, okay. It feels a bit like you're in an interrogation room, even though it's quite friendly, and there's like nobody in manacles, and it feels like you're free to leave, although you don't see a door. But he's not holding you here, at least not physically. He'll, after a moment, start tracing something out with his finger in the dust. Does the symbol mean anything to you?
The OO symbol.
I'm sorry, just one sec.
it does. Oh, we saw something like that on the Grave Knight, right?
Yeah. I think.
Because that was the Grave Knight had a Ankh on him, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I had it on. Yeah.
Which I mean
So-
is similar to that, so I'll draw out that symbol, telling us the
Isn't that the-
closest thing I've seen.
All the
I mean,
symbols that were in the. On
Yeah,
the,
unless there's one of the symbols in the note or in the notebook from the circle
yeah,
I don't-
yeah.
that matches
don't-
that.
I don't know that I would know this in character, but isn't that the symbol for Mercury?
This one,
Yeah.
it's one of them. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Although this doesn't seem to have an alchemical connotation.
Yeah.
He's presenting it. For sure, though, that is a good insight. If you start drawing an Ankh, he will quickly press his hand over to obscure the symbol and look kind of worriedly over at the statue. Do not draw that here.
Got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so this is yeah.
Well, yeah, we saw that on a Grave Knight we killed. That was what started all this.
Um,
Well, started us needing to come here.
It's none of your concern. Concern yourselves with the affairs of your world. I will deal with the affairs of ours.
Well,
All right. Well, let's give him a business card and let's get out of here.
do we actually have business cards? We do, right?
I would have made business cards if we had a
Yeah.
year. I'm a scribe.
Not quite sure what to do with it. He'll. What is this? As you hand it out.
Business card.
I'll just point finger guns at him and walk off.
If you ever ended up our world, I don't know.
He'll look at it and kind of flip it over, and I've forgotten what wealths the world once had. That we could once be so frivolous.
Oh. Well, I mean, we have more if you want more.
No, thank you. Please, keep them for your travels.
Great.
He'll look back to the statue for a moment and be kind of waiting, and then he'll nod. All right, you should be able to leave.
Alright.
If you would like, I can return you to your vessel. Well, her vessel.
Yeah, it'd probably be safer than us trying to get back. We
Yeah.
tend to make things go wrong when we do stuff like that.
He'll nod. Gather then. I shall return you.
We'll do so.
There will be another shudder, and you'll be back at the top of the peak of the mountain. Instantly, the temperature has changed from 74-ish to now like 32. It's quite shocking. Gathering his robes around himself and burying his fingers in his armpits, he'll kind of hunch over and stare at it for a moment. Mind yourselves. She has had many poor interactions with other worlds, this I know. You'll want to make sure that you camouflage that thing if you intend to keep using it.
Alright.
I mean, how would we do that? Throw a tarp over it? Like, it's kind of obvious. Not many floating beans rip holes through reality.
He'll shake his head, and there must be some means. Often she would come and go as she wished, and none would know her passage.
I
There's a
see.
button we missed.
Yeah, there's just a invisible button that we didn't press. I mean, now that you've said that, I kind of want to look inside the thing and make sure there actually isn't a button we missed.
It's just invisibility on a button.
Well, I mean, obviously we couldn't see it.
No,
Yeah, 'cause
just
it's invisible.
I'm glad that you guys decided not to fight him because it would have been a short fight.
Eh.
He is a level 18 character.
Sorry, I'm
Like
back.
I say, just from that perception bonus, he's got to be in the high teens.
Right, like you were saying that put him at like level what 40 or in wisdom or something
I mean,
like that.
wisdom, he's got a 28.
And I'm at
It's higher than players can get.
20 in charisma at level 10.
Yeah, because
So
I think that's the max without
right,
magic
so
items.
that's
which
like
is
10
just
more
terrible.
levels ish. Therefore,
He has a lot of buffs on him. They're just persistent, and a lot of stupid powers. Thanks to him being so closely allied with the Fate Weaver, in a world where she has no rival. Yes, it would not be fun. He does that much on strikes.
Oh,
So it would be short.
dear God. Yeah, that'd be a very short fight. Especially because with a plus 36, I don't think he could miss any of us. And I think a 1 would damn near be a crit hit.
Mhm. It's not fun fighting him. Something to file away. Some things that you've picked up about this character. If you want to know his stats, by the way, the DC is 40.
Yikes.
Yeah, I'll let him keep those. Give him a business card. He can show up and help sometime.
All right, keep your secrets.
I mean,
Uh,
did we ever ask his name or what he? Because
He
if
never
we
did
have,
say his name. I guess
I
I'd
was,
ask before we leave.
yeah, I was
he
gonna
said, he
say,
said that he would introduce. He said that he would introduce himself after you introduced yourselves, and then he never introduced himself.
I was gonna say, like, if we were walking to the stupid ship and didn't do that, I would just stop real quick, turn around, and ask.
He seems flustered for a moment, as if he had forgotten. Oh, sorry. I don't speak with people often. I am a Fergophan. I'm Farum Uzra, the last of my line. Uzras.
Is he related to the Frigofin prince we met a while ago, or no?
He was also from the House of Uzra. Yeah.
Was that this characters or different characters?
It's these characters, yeah.
Well,
Because
if I
that was
remember,
looking for
from
Tiagda.
from this guy's perspective, that would probably be his great 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 grandchild.
okay, so he wouldn't know them.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't know him. Especially not since the whole different world and all that.
The date is, I think, somewhere around 714 Dark Mana right now, which is some 400 years out of alignment with where you guys were. Presuming normal progressions of things. They don't have a name for the current era, so it's just what it is now. No one's really keeping track of time anymore.
Yeah, not a ton of point when the sun's blown up and well, it's not blown up yet, but
yeah, it's hanging on. Y'all haven't stuck around for a while. You haven't seen the surface below, but there's not much to see. One of the first deities that died was Solanos. That had ramifications.
Oof. Yeah, I can imagine.
Hope you like plants, because that's what they got. So, you can gain entrance back to your ship. It's no problem. Just bringing up that notebook again, he'll watch carefully, as if he's learning the secret to a magician's trick that he's been wanting to know for the past 30 years. And he'll nod to himself softly, while grumbling. And he'll leave you to it. The ship is cold, but awaits your presence.
Alright, and immediately
Yeah.
before we leave, I would like to look for that stupid invisible button.
Miss all surfaces you possibly can.
Yeah, no, to say, I assume the panels and whatnot in this are just incomprehensible garbage to me, but if any of them aren't, I would like to see what kind of functions this thing has.
Well, the weirdest thing about how this ship is designed is that there's not any real like buttons or anything like it. There's a slot where you can put a ring, and then another slot where you can put the lantern. But thus far, like all you guys have done has just been touch a panel to type something in, and that's been it. Um, give me a intelligence check, Marv.
Hmm.
See if you can get a eureka moment. Not quite eureka. You feel like there has to be an obvious mechanism that's related to the way that this thing is designed that would engage such devices. And currently, at least as far as you know, the only thing that this ship knows how to do is think about portfolios.
Alright.
Who's got the stealth portfolio?
I was gonna say, is there? I mean, I don't want to like. I don't want to put this into action. I don't even want to think about this while I'm in the ship for fear that it might screw something up. But
Think.
is there some kind of deity with some kind of portfolio like that?
Give me a religion.
Uh,
See if you can
Large
come up with one.
portfolio.
Zahulu seems
Lycos,
pretty
that's
easy.
mists.
Well,
I'm not quite sure. It's cold.
I will throw that idea out there, though. However, apparently I'm just stupid and don't know.
Yeah. I
Where
mean, if he voices that idea, I'll give it a thought.
Oh no! Reynol.
Yes.
The answer to this question is not particularly much of a riddle. If, in fact, this thing is basically an engine of divinity, right? Then necessarily, if it's cobbled from a variety of portfolios, then perhaps its functions are an assemblage of those portfolios, and therefore, all you have to really know is just the canon really well, because there are some really obscure members of the canon. One of them, such, even though his existence is still as of yet largely unconfirmed by most of the churches of the world, he is nonetheless suspected to exist, Lycos, who's the demigod of secrets and mist. That seems to be the most applicable for if you were to have something that would reveal you, that would hide you from people's sight. Making it a secret might do it.
It's worth a shot. Worst case, it takes us to Lycos, and he works with us if we go to our world, so that's not a big deal.
Please get out of my bed.
just imagine just waking up in your room as just a giant ship, just no noise or anything. It's just there.
Just
Now
up
you guys-
here,
Now you are the UFO that abducts people during the night.
5 idiots and a horse just appear. Fucking magic bean.
Give us
Hey, Lycos,
portfolio.
look at a new car. By the way, do you know anything about this sword? I forgot to ask you earlier.
Oh, are you showing him the blood of Aravis?
No, I'm not showing him that. I
Oh.
just remember that Vosham told us to talk to Lycos about the sword, and we forgot
yeah.
to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you forgot to do it. It's fine. All Lycoses are the same, right?
Yeah, it's on the to-do list. Next time we find a Lycos, I'll ask him.
It's like finding Batman. All Batman are the same. At the very least, you can be sure that they're fighting crime somehow. So, you can insert the ring and insert the lunar battery. It will, of course, again ask for enter portfolio tracking ID. That only appears after you've inserted the ring, though. Before then, it's just on a prompt where it is waiting for firing key. You think, Reynal, that if there were to be like some sort of prayer you need to give this vehicle beforehand, that it would be either before embarking or after, much like most vessels that go on a voyage. You do a prayer before you leave, and then when you arrive.
Makes sense for a stealth system that you probably make it after you get where you're going. It's like locking your car.
It might be able to engage right now, though.
I'd give it a try, I guess.
Fair enough. So you just want to put in what do you want to try? Do you just want to put in the name, secrets, or just keep trying things until it works?
I'll try secrets and then the name and then just whatever I can think of off the top of my head until something happens.
Okay. Secrets will give you an interesting prompt.
Hmm.
Important question while
Hit
he's
yes.
considering answering that question. Is everyone currently inside the ship?
I'd
Yeah.
probably have
Yeah.
everybody in the ship
I'd
if
be
I
in
was
the
going to be
ship.
trying dumb shit with it.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. I just figured I would ask.
Yeah.
And
I have to be because of the ring.
That's true.
yeah,
Well,
I guess
not
I'm hitting
necessarily.
yes.
Okay. The ship will shudder, and you'll all be kind of floored a bit by a dramatic amount of acceleration. It feels like you're being launched out of a giant catapult, and it's hurling you into the sky. The crowds above you shatter and break away, and then the world below you begins to spin.
So
You
we're not
approach.
invisible.
No. You are approaching a long, oblong-shaped, strange thing hanging in the sky. You've seen it before from afar, while the moon lantern was on. And it appears that you're heading directly at it.
Oh.
Oh no. Probably don't want to go there, but flipped a coin that said I was hitting yes, so we're going with it.
Continuing onwards with your fantastic voyage, then?
Yeah.
We have a
Yes.
choice.
I mean, yeah, as I say, assuming we're not like heading toward it in such a way that we're going to slam into it and die, we can always just,
You accelerate with a burst of speed as you approach the vessel, disconcertingly. And it appears that you're about to smash straight into it.
Suppose I'll brace as far as I can inside the ship. I don't really
Brace for
have any.
impact.
Hmm.
We're becoming space pirates.
By holding my finger to it's how does the key work? It like the ring goes into the panel, or does it like just kind of just push in
Like
and?
halfway.
All right, so my finger can still be in it, right?
You can pull it out and you can put it in at any time. It doesn't like get locked
But I have to
away.
take off the ring. I have to.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'd be sitting next to it, and I'd like put my fingers to it.
Fair enough. It's like placing your finger on a white hot plate. It's very hot right now. And you're starting to feel a little lightheaded as whispers start edging in at the edge of your hearing.
What are they saying?
Give me a perception. They're talking in a language that you understand, but they're speaking concepts that you're utterly unfamiliar with. It's how to put this. It's like they're chattering about the state of a foreign embassy's wall.
Okay.
It's bizarre nonsense. You have no idea what the meaning of it is.
I'm holding on to the ring, by the way.
Fair enough. The vessel strikes, and weirdly, it's like you've struck gelatinous water. The ship will bend around you, and you'll kind of break water, kind of, quote unquote, as the ship's hull will kind of slick past you, as if you were just passing through the surface of water. And you'll smash through quite a few rooms, hallways, corridors, decks, and tubular, strange rooms before suddenly coming to a stop in a dark room, dimly lit with red lights. Three giant, almost sarcophagi-looking things looming above. Labeled simply with 010203. And the ship will come to a stop.
Good job, boys. We did it.
It went worse for us.
Not dead.
Not dead. You have no idea what this is. But you're here now, whatever it is. Whatever it is.
So, I mean, the ship is currently submerged in what we assume is some kind of jelly ball, I guess.
It's like you were a... How to put this? It's like you're a boulder that was being hurled at a ship on the water, right? But rather than breaking the hole, you kind of just sort of gelatinously splashed through it and then through a couple of decks and then have just arrived on a room in the ship.
Oh. Okay.
Well, time to go explore and get arrested again.
Yep.
Went real well for us last time, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't see how it could go bad.
Very least open the door and see what's out there.
I mean, we might instantly die to, air pressure differential, or...
No, we got the moon landing.
Yeah.
Is the moon lantern active? I guess it is fine.
It's plugged in.
I'll do
We're
a chaos.
able to breathe.
Okay,
Should we
yeah.
bring it with us?
You decide to pull the lantern out before you open the door.
A wise decision by us.
The moment that the door opens, in a about 20-foot wide sphere around you, there's just instantly crackling white energy that's almost trying to smash itself to get inside the ship that you're in. It's like you're a ball of lightning, but on the inside of it.
That doesn't seem dangerous in the slightest.
Close the door again. That seems bad.
Closing the door, unfortunately, does not abate the lightning.
Oh. Well.
Let's go touch it. I mean, I want to go touch it, but who's willing to go touch it?
There is a 30-foot kind of circular platform on which you're suspended, hovering in this giant, vast darkness, from which emerges these three giant sarcophagi, cylindrical, with the painted numbers on them. And at the front end of this strange hanging pedestal, there is a simple cylindrical protrusion, which comes up and then ends in what looks something like a glass eye.
All right, you know me. I'm gonna start
I'm gonna
reaching
go
for
touch
it.
it.
No,
Yeah.
no. I see the glass eye. I'm pushing him out of the way. I'm going for it.
Even more curses.
Yeah.
You come up to it, and sadly, it doesn't seem to do anything when you approach.
Picking up the glass eye.
Or no. It will smoothly click out of the holder that it's in, and feels very cold in your hand. But something's moving around inside it. It feels like there's a tiny boulder in there that's moving around of its own will.
Give it a little shake.
It doesn't seem to rattle whenever you shake it. It seems to just continue moving in the directions that it was going.
Alright, boys, I got a dope glass eye now, just in case anybody loses one.
Just shove that in your head.
Just to suddenly take out my knife and just gouge out one of my eyes and pop that bad boy in.
By the way, it does remind you of something.
Is this... am I missing an eye with this character?
No, that was
That was the other one, right?
Yeah.
That was in Brad's.
rare one.
Yeah. Okay. I was just making sure. Kind of forgot. You mentioned that, and I kind of forgot if that was this character or not.
No, but you do have a skull that has a similar sort of...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll take the, whip that skull out.
They look very similar. The one in the skull is much more crude, but it looks like it was directly inspired. It has many of the same markings and strange divots in it.
And the gem in the other eye doesn't move at all, right?
Nope.
Does the other glass eye move at all?
Yeah, I mean, it moves in your hand just independently. It kind of wobbles if you just, like, hold your hand out. It'll kind of just rock
Oh,
back
I meant
and
the
forth.
glass eye that's already in the skull. You mentioned that it had a similar glass eye?
Yes.
It's
Crude, but it's like this one.
And does that one move? Like if I try and pull it out?
Nope.
Alright. I don't know. I'll just dink the glass eye. Not enough to break it, but like against the little gem on the skull.
You see it light up with what you think is at first a series of tiny little bolts of lightning, but you catch them as they're glowing, and it's characters, little words that are streaming across it.
All right. Well, looks like I'm comprehending magic, or not magic, language. Can I read it without casting that?
It is in Japanese.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to do comprehend language, aren't I? Alright, there you go. There it is.
Give me a will save.
Oh, that's right here. Your boy's a master.
Very nice.
You don't pass out.
Cool.
So, when you try to cast spells in here, this is a second level spell. You notice almost too late as you're about to let loose the spell that it's not drawing from the surrounding area. There's nothing to draw from, which means it's drawing from you. And so you don't quite bleed yourself dry of magical energy, but you come close.
Can I just draw from everybody else just a little bit?
We just wait until we go somewhere where we can use magic.
Or I
feel
can just
like
do it right now.
The
I don't
eye
feel
is
like-
portable. The skull is portable. We can just take it somewhere else.
Fine.
I
Did I
don't
spend
feel like starting a blood cult in the middle of the shit. Like, yeah.
did I spend that
in front of the Moirai system.
did I spend that comprehend language?
It casts.
Ah, fuck. Oh, does it succeed?
Yeah, you're able to read it.
Oh.
Even though it's a language you can now understand. Again, the terms are very unfamiliar to you. It's doing stuff like this. And you have no idea what that means. But you're sure the spell's working.
I was muted. Cool. Then I guess it's time to leave. Speaking of, I will be right back again. Sorry.
Fair enough. Y'all get back into the ship, replace the lantern. The ship will thrum back to life. Now what?
I guess gonna enter the same thing and then hit no this time.
Fair enough. It will say okay, and then clear its line.
Hmm.
There is a new piece of information on the hull, by the way, on the screen, I suppose, and that is just in the top right. That is listed. Just a detail. That said, do you want to continue experimenting to try and figure out how to get the cloaking system on, if indeed it is a cloaking system?
Yeah, I'll give it, I guess, 2 more tries. The next 2 ideas off the top of my head.
Fair enough. Fair enough. The next thing that occurs to you is, well, okay, if the particular portfolio doesn't. By the way, that means that this can't actually find Lycos by his portfolio. It just takes you here.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense with how his portfolio is.
Yeah, it does. It does in a canonical, weird sense that you can't get to Lycos because he is secrets. Although technically that is the place to find everyone where you were brought. Nonetheless, you try Lycos, and that does cause a weird. At first, you think, "Oh no, we broke it," because the ship just evaporates. Just but you don't fall.
Invisible boatmobile.
Oh.
How do I turn that off?
Yeah, the screens thankfully stay there. And it just says cancel, yes, no.
I guess I'll poke my head out the side of the ship and see if it looks invisible from the outside.
Yeah, you just see the other side of the room. It's weird not seeing it. It's like looking through. How do you even describe it? But yes, it works as you expect, where you can see into the ship through the portal, but the rest of it just basically doesn't exist. You just see what's behind it.
Okay, well that's that solved. I guess put all the things in and then try and go to travel again and see where we end up this time.
Fair enough. So trying again with travel.
Yeah.
It will bring, unlike the last one, up a query. And then wait. It doesn't seem to do anything after that.
Going with the second one. Or re-entering those numbers or tapping it. Whatever seems to do something. Yes, I guess.
Fair enough. The ship will shudder, as if it's run aground for a moment, and the red lights will brighten some. We'll try it again. The red lights will then come to full brightness, and you can finally see the full scope of the room around you. It looks like you're inside a mountain almost. It must be at least a mile across. And these giant arcologies span from floor to ceiling. Truly titanic cylindrical containers, just absolutely riddled with strange, almost seaweed-looking appendages that reach down to the floor and then tangle in a mess of almost like spider-like patterns. And the ship will lurch again.
Oh my god, please hit yes.
Hitting yes seems like a really bad fucking idea.
Do yes.
Oh,
Do yes.
if you can jailbreak the car.
We will become a god. We will be known as the uncle.
What? Will we though?
We will become uncle
a
to
god,
all.
Or will the car become a god and decide it's had enough of us?
We will become
It's like
we will
that car
become
that
the
kills
uncle to
people.
all.
Yeah. It's like Kit, except he's very angry.
I guess I'm gonna hit no first, and then try and go back and see if I can try the other option, the 0017. See if that one works.
That one will also result in the same problem. It'll judder a few times and then be unable to move.
We must become god.
Well, yeah, who's ready to commit a big fucking heresy? And
Oh, dude, you know I am. Hit the yes
which
button.
one do you want to do? Actually, what does the 0017 also say locking to ether?
Oh, right. That one says. That's what D2s.
All right, boys, we're going with the second one.
Possibilities!
We're going with the second one.
Was it
Alright.
was it one we don't do it? Anything else?
No, I mean, it was odd, dude. Because the odds change if you do more than once, you know?
That's fair. That's fair. It tends to bend towards the center. All right. Yep. So you decide to hit Y. And something weird happens. It's as if the ship decided to disgorge an entire rainbow. A brilliant confluence of multispectral light will blast out into the surroundings. And the world seems to kind of warp and distort, becoming sharp shadows of itself as it flickers and fights against the machine. After a couple of moments, it will come to a stop. And the lights are on, but all three of the giant containers are missing.
Look the other way and make sure they haven't all warped behind us or something.
You don't see anything in the rearview mirror.
Is there anything else on the screen, or is it just interrogation complete and that's it?
That's it. It's ominous, but you're not quite sure what happened. Other than they're gone now. Presumably that's what it was complaining about.
Yeah, I guess I'll try it again. Go through the try and enter travel and the other thing as well.
It will cheerfully chirp in compliance as it begins to spool up. Suddenly the floor will drop. and it feels as if you're spinning end over end into a star-struck abyss or down a hugely long esophagus. Strange, odd shapes, some translucent, others fully formed, come to you like dreams through the hole. Things that at once appear and then disappear, but are melded by your thoughts as you look out. It's like becoming a part of a kaleidoscope, where the kaleidoscope is being responsive to your feelings. And then, just like that, your surroundings are suddenly a verdant, brilliant green landscape with blue skies looming above. A strange bird-like creature flapping its leathery wings above as it lets out a strange cry. The two moons lingering on the horizon of this strange world. And below you, a Sarana who has unfortunately been crushed.
Oh no.
Oof.
F.
We gotta bury it.
What are the proper burial rates?
Oh, also engage the become invisible mode or try to.
Fair enough. The important question always to deal with your invisible plane, how will you find it again?
Yeah.
Don't lose where you park it.
Well, I mean, maybe this logic doesn't track because this is a weird, spooky, multi-dimensional car. But surely, if we can turn it on, we can turn it off, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I say that out loud because I don't know anything about it. This is just like me saying, "Well, it has to work that way, right? Everything else does." Like,
I mean, I think the thing is more that the car is now invisible. When we leave, how are we gonna know that we found the car? Which I guess in this
Yeah.
case, we buried a Sarina right next to it.
yeah.
This,
Well,
by the way, popped up on the screen once you guys arrived.
Oof.
oh well. I mean,
That's a big ass fucking range.
I mean, what kind of material is the ship made of? Because I could mark the bottom of it with chalk or something.
Magic indestructible silverness.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and coin it as this.
Alright. Well, hey, well, the main reason I asked is it like a metallic thing? Is it something that if you drew on it, something would stay?
It has a very metallic sheen to it, yeah. Smooth to the touch. No pores or texture to it. It's like
It's not.
a highly polished egg.
Alright, if I were to hit it, it would feel like steel then, alright.
It definitely has the... It's kind of weird because it's actually like hitting water.
Oh.
There's no splashes.
Well, the main reason I'm asking is I can totally put like a mark on the car if we want to do that,
But that
just
defeats the purpose of it being invisible.
well, yeah, I guess, but alright, fine.
Just make it a facsimile of a rune of death. Anyone who knows what it is would approach.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that if you look at it, it activates.
Yeah.
So just willfully ignore this particular spot. So, interestingly, as you guys are setting up and taking care of your invisible car and performing a quick burial of a local Sarana, by the way, they look just like yours, so at least there's that much in common. There's something weird about these surroundings. Is that even going to play? We'll go with this one. Unlike the roads that you're familiar with, which are more or less just dirt, this nearby one is not only paved but colonnaded. Not only is it colonnaded, there are lanterns hanging down from it. And not only are there lanterns hanging down from it, those lanterns are being fueled by light spells, just casually. And if you look down about another 100 feet, there's another set of columns, also bearing brass hangings that are also enchanted with light. And then another 100 feet, and then another 100 feet, and then another 100 feet. And this doesn't appear to be anywhere particularly important.
That'd be a bright fucking road then.
That appears to be the thing that they're going for. Weirdly, though, that would mean that there's somebody who travels this road at least daily who does nothing but cast light on all of these. That's got to be someone's job.
Oh, it's like the same as the people that go around cities lighting candles, I guess.
It's true, although it's much weirder. It's not something that usually folks just kind of throw around. It's more of a thing in like big cities with kings in them and all that.
True, yeah. Also, I guess I'll take a step away from the spaceship and do detect divinity and see what goes wrong.
It's weird. You feel power everywhere around you. But you also feel a little bit of absence. There's something different about this world. Someone who's supposed to be here isn't. Interestingly, all of you arcane casters, you feel really powerful once you've stepped out of that ship.
I think we even have arcane casters. Because me and Kios are divine, and then Vigilante's primal, isn't he?
Yep, he would feel it, I think.
I am divine?
Yeah, oracles are divine. They just
Yeah.
don't come from the gods, but still divine.
That's right, I am.
In particular, Kios, you feel great. Until you leave this place, you can't gain the fatigue condition from spells.
Your boy's doing pretty well then.
It's like being submersed in an energy drink. You're almost having to kind of like calm yourself down. Regardless, a carriage passes by on the road nearby while you guys are getting situated and checking out the world and trying to figure out what's up with the gods of this place. And the carriage has no wheels. It's being driven by two ghosts that are pulling it along. It's just kind of floating off the ground. And there's just a singular man in front, and it doesn't look like they have any particularly remarkable goods. Looks like they've got some corn and wheat in the back. It's weird.
Huh.
Does it look like especially high quality corn and wheat, or it's normal stuff?
No, not particularly. It looks like your standard, average, everyday, just harvested from the farms. Admittedly, it's fresh corn. The color of it is kind of strikingly bright, and that kind of is fitting a theme now that you're looking around. Everything here is almost saturated in color and life. There isn't like a dead tree that you see anywhere. Not even a patch of brown grass.
The last world we went to was like multiple hundreds of years behind ours. What happens if we buy corn from this man and butterfly affect this whole area?
Well, it doesn't directly affect your dimension, of course, because you're all
Not our dimension, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that it
happens
would really butterfly affect it, because I think that's just when that world is.
Yeah,
Like
Um,
it's not
that's-
as if we're time traveling. That world's just at a different time.
Right.
It's
what
like how
all we
you aren't time
can.
traveling if you fly from Japan to California.
We're
Um,
Yeah.
not supposed to be here, though, you know? Like, what of us buying this corn, you know, just inevitably causes this world to be destroyed? Wasn't supposed to.
Reynal, I won't require you to make a check, although this is here one of your departures. You know what's allowing that carriage to float? It just comes to you all of a sudden. Although you don't quite know what that means. The carriage is floating because it's got floating disc cast on it, but it's not being cast through arcane means. It's being cast through divine means, which shouldn't be possible.
Um,
Also, it shouldn't allow anyone to ride it, which someone definitely is.
well, do I blow a divine spell trying to see what's going to happen if I cast anything here?
You could just try to draw the Ankh again.
Yeah, he stopped me the last time I tried that, so I probably won't. But I guess I'll cast a bless and see what happens to that being cast.
Does anyone have evil in their alignment?
I do not.
Probably not.
Good to know. Not only do you bless your surroundings, Reynal, it is also temporarily a holy ground.
Oh.
Neat.
That happened much easier than you expected it to. In fact, you didn't even really feel Kagosho's intervention all that much.
I guess do we just go down the road in a direction and see what happens? What we find?
It's up to you. It's a vast, verdant world.
Well, we have like a radius of 100 miles to explore, so
Yeah, I guess let's head the same direction the floating carriage was, because it was loaded with things, so he's probably going somewhere to sell it.
Yeah. You guys will start walking down the road, and a teenager will go flying by on a flying rug.
hey guys, I'm starting to think that something a little bit strange is happening here.
What is that thought just kind of floating there in your head?
Yeah, you know, at some point you just gotta use a little bit extra brain power in it. You know.
As your doctor, I really have to recommend you don't try and use extra brain power. I think that might kill you.
Ouch.
Oof.
So, following down the road, about 30 miles down. So it should take you all, although here's another curious thing. You're moving faster than you should be. Your travel speed is temporarily increased by +5 while traveling this road. So it's like you're on a treadmill, right, where you're walking, but things are moving much faster than they should for every step that you're taking.
It's like those powered walkways at airports.
Wait a
But
minute.
Exactly.
A road. Also, I guess Renault wouldn't know about powered walkways.
Does anybody have any particular knowledge of Sarin history?
Yeah,
Or
I mean, I don't remember if my character has been in one of these. I don't remember between the characters and whatnot, but isn't this like one of those stupid Sarin tunnels?
Oh,
that
yeah. Because we
shortens-
learned about
yeah.
that when we were in Ryan's Magic Sewer.
Yeah, you've heard about those. They're fantastical, extremely expensive constructs that take years of dedicated Sarin mages to create and construct, and they become immediately major economic throughways as a result. They make gobs of money because of it. But here it's just on a road. It doesn't appear to be a main road.
Everything else magical has seemed much easier, so maybe this is just Magic World. gonna go find some magic theme park.
We'll find a magic school to enroll in.
Before long, you arrive at the gates of this somewhat small town, probably around 800 people. Tall 2 to 3 story buildings. They're somewhat rectangular in nature, with sloped roofs, and a lot of theming and columns and platforms in the architecture around here. Multi-leveled and stairs and columns generally describes the ways through and by the city. But the gates are what kind of confound you for a moment. The merchant stops for a moment and presents a tablet to the guard, a little stone tablet. The guard will look at it and disinterestedly cast a spell, and then hand it back and wave him on through. And look at you guys. You see his eyes flash for a moment. He's cast a spell.
Where would that wagon guy in front of us?
God, even the guards have spells here. This really is Magic Land.
He says, with his prominently displayed holy symbol of Felinor in front of him, in gold.
I don't know Sauron anymore. I used to, but I don't.
For those who have expert perception, by the way, when this man frowns, the relief of Felinor's face on it also frowns.
That's fucking cool.
He frowns. All right, present your identification.
Identification? I'm Renault.
He quirks an eyebrow.
Hold up the ring.
Your identification.
I'll show him my ring.
Yeah, the ring.
We're not from here.
He looks at all of you.
What if I show him my ring?
Will you permit a quick inspection?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't. I'm
I've
not
got nothing
carrying.
to
All of
hide, I
my
don't think.
all of my sketchy shit is hidden in my shadow, so I'm fine.
I don't have anything sketchy. I actually still
have a
do have that
skull.
weird. It has occurred to me. I still have that weird like gender transforming potion from a while ago. That's about the most sketchy. Yeah, that's about. That's pretty much it.
He'll cast his arm across the group distractedly, and then little transparent screens will start popping up next to you, begin filling out with your information. As he basically pulls your character sheet up. It's an abbreviated one. He nods and looks down, and you guys note that there's like a section for like outstanding warrants and arrests, and whether there are illegal contraband on you. He notes. He stops as he's reading Kios's list as he sees skull. He says, "All right, let's see it."
I've got a skull. You've got a skull. You've all got a skull.
He's a thespian. That's
This
our
is my
friend Yorick.
acting skull.
I'll pull it out.
You would part an old actor with this skull.
I'll pull it out. See what happens.
Yeah,
It's
it's a skull.
I'll just say it's my dad.
It's a family heirloom.
It's a family heirloom.
It's from our niece.
He'll cast Speak with the Dead on it. Were you murdered?
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
I didn't think to do that before.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah.
At least with our Speak with Dead, I think it has to be pretty recent, doesn't it?
Is it
Yes.
willing?
Talking
It's
corpse.
also willing. It's also willing, yes.
It is
You
willing.
have to kind of pull the dead back and then ask them the question. And they have to be willing to do so.
The corpse must be mostly intact for the spell to function. Is what the
Yes.
talking corpse is.
This is wizard land, though, so...
Maybe this guy was just a skull when he was alive.
Yeah.
The skull won't answer, and he'll quirk an eyebrow. You shouldn't carry such eccentric magic items with you. You'll confuse people. They might get the wrong idea. I recommend that you immediately disfigure it into some other sort of object.
What if I just hide it really well in my luggage?
It's a family heirloom. We can't disfigure it.
What if I just keep it in my backpack and don't pull it out unless another guard asks me if I have a skull?
Fine, but don't bring it out in public. You'll make a scene.
Well,
think
I
he was
mean,
hiding
I
it
didn't
already
want
until
to,
the guard
yeah,
was
and I'll
like,
put
"Hey,
it back
bring it
in.
out."
Yeah,
I'll
you
put it
just
back in my
asked
shadow.
Yeah.
This isn't public in the regards I'm speaking. I mean, once you're inside the walls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I won't pull. I won't pull it out. That's staying strictly in my luggage.
If you can afford it, I'd recommend going seeing an enchanter. I can provide you details if you're unfamiliar.
Why would I need one?
Broke as shit.
They could change the shape of the skull for you.
Oh, I don't need that. Thank you, though.
If we show him our gold, and I'm like, is this enough? Like, is this the gold that we?
He'll
should
roll his eyes and, I don't take bribes, thank you.
No, I mean for the
wait,
enchanter lady. For the
wait a
enchanter
minute.
lady. Like,
Okay,
how
so
What do you
much?
take us for? Wait a minute.
Right, that's what I thought we were in. Why do we need
I mean,
to?
Yeah, why would we need to bribe you? We're already in.
It's at least coins, so even if they don't recognize the bank of it, it's still
He will say that
precious metal.
you're going to have to need to speak to the Grand Wheel. Anyway, I don't even know what those coins are.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
yeah,
Yeah.
they are foreign
Like I
currency.
said, we're not from here.
Probably not best to start pulling out counterfeit currency in front of the guard either. But
There's three
Don't
different
worry,
countries.
he's
coming
already
in.
determined that it's not counterfeit. He will look at you oddly, Marv, and say, "Are you intending on selling that?"
I'll just kind of
What do you
look at
intend
him
on saying?
sideways. I don't know what he's referring to.
He'll nod. Of course. As he willfully ignores the, the sex change potion in your inventory.
Yep. I have that, and yeah, I don't know.
In the event of a dildo.
Yeah. I don't know
Um,
what I'm going to do with that, to be honest. I'll need it later.
I'm sure you'll find some wizard. Or some worshipper of Pyros.
Perhaps.
Well,
Why not
fine.
change-
If you've no identification, then you'll want to proceed immediately to the church on entry. That way you can procure some while you visit our lands. You'll find that it is a necessary and daily requirement while you move around in the city, especially if you go to the city. Things are a little bit lax here, but you should not expect such leniency if you decide to go to more populous areas. Please mind that the town's laws are in effect. You may cast a spell to discover them at your leisure. There are a number of which to do so. It is compatible with a number of traditions. And finally, if you have any further questions, please seek a town guard before you do anything, especially if it is, quote, culturally significant, end quote.
Is he a town guard? Can we seek him out?
If I'm on duty, yes.
Are you on duty right now?
This is the equivalent of the defeating person coming in 5 minutes before the store closes and asking if you can find something.
Can you teach me how
Technically,
to
that's
cast
his
the
job,
spell?
though he won't enjoy it.
This is gonna be like with Vance, where we went and asked him every time anything happened.
Yeah. This guy is the new. Just any problem occurs, come to him.
Now, is there anything I can help you with?
How do you cast the spell to know the laws? I don't really know how to. I mean, barbarian ooga booga, you know.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, I don't cast spells. I don't do that hocus pocus balagna.
He'll shake his head. Not like in a mean way, but he's shaking it like these men have been done a disservice.
Unfortunate.
Their lives will be enriched merely by being present in this town.
Hopefully.
If you've questions of that nature, you may wish to seek out schooling.
Where's the wizard school? Let me enroll in it.
The public house is just past the square on the right side of the fountain, and entrance fees come to 10 farthings in most cases. Special cases can be made in the event of particular eventualities such as theft, murder, orphanages, and other sorts of outward scenarios.
farthing a type of bicycle?
Penny farthing.
Yeah, it's the one with the big front wheel. Pay for
Raise an
things
eyebrow.
here in bicycles.
I'm afraid that I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about either.
Must be a cultural thing.
Of course.
You haven't invented the
Culturally
bicycle.
significant.
He will accept that, yes, that is a thing now.
Well, let's go get some driver's licenses or whatever, I guess.
Onwards to wizard school. We are the isekai protagonists now.
Get IDs and then go to school, I guess.
Yep.
The moment you hit the street, those of you who have significant training in crafting or arcana or occultism, you feel suddenly outclassed. Everyone has some knickknack or bauble that's a magic item. It's just everywhere. That guy's got a cloak of many things. That guy's got a bag of holding. That guy's got 2 bags of holding, and one of them's for sale. There's a cart over there that's just selling potions.
Alright, boys, send a stack.
Alright, boys, I got a plan. We buy as much magical goods here, take the shit back home, sell them for a profit.
I feel like that probably should go against our code of ethics.
Inter-universal trade network.
Where's the code of ethics? Hold on.
I don't know, but I feel like that should probably be against it if we're trying to leave
Like,
the
we're trying to
Godwood.
stop other people from entering the Godwood. I mean, that doesn't stop
taking
us
advantage
from...
of a different world seems
Well, was the
similar to
Godwood
that.
involved? Not really. I mean...
Marv's greed is taking their
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just the stupid, like, red anime eyes just freaking rumbling in the background. I'm thinking about it.
Swear to God, if you guys get arrested, I'm not finding enough bicycles to bail you out.
What if we buy magic items for personal use only? That's fine, right?
I guess.
That's up to you. This is your organization.
I mean, it's fine with me.
If I'm apparently the one in charge of the
I'm
code of ethics.
I'm the one in charge of the organization as a whole.
Who made you president?
I am the Bezos of this
I didn't
Amazon.
vote for you.
Bezos doesn't get elected either. So I'm in charge here, and I say there are no such thing as ethics. Everything's a shade of gray. Interdimensional, not slave trade, just trade. We're gonna limit it. We're gonna limit it from the slave trade.
Yeah, let's go get driver's licenses then, as we contemplate robbery.
I mean, we don't need. We can legally purchase our magic items and then, do what we need to do with them.
Fair enough. So on your way there, you encounter a strange person. At first, you're like, oh, hello, Sarin. Until you realize that's not Sarin. As 2 big leathery wings flap behind them, and they kind of tilt their neck. He'll let you pass them.
Like a devil or...
Weird bird thing that flew over us when we first got there?
Nope. He looks like this.
Huh. That's concerning.
Maybe it's just a really big Sarin.
Don't rob him.
Does some
Sarins don't have
bodybuilding.
wings.
He tilts his head. What, you've never seen a half dragon before?
No.
We're not from here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I without any hint of racism would say, no, I have not.
Keep your eyes to yourselves and strangers.
I'll just give him a little tiny will-do salute and leave him be, I suppose.
He will pass by. As he's on his way to this rather large, tall building that's surrounded by people that look like they're ready to go to war. One dude just has a flaming sword on his back, and they're just chilling along with a bunch of other people. That's where all of the magic item money is, whatever that building is. It is concentrated in this town. You'd think it might be a trade guild or something. At least you think it is, although everyone is extremely well equipped. Nonetheless, there is a stark white stone building, which reaches up past the second and third stories of most of the buildings to reach a lofty fifth floor with flying buttresses that wing out from it, and the reliefs of Arabastians sing, playing harps at the ends of each. There's no denominational symbol on it, which is weird, but it is obviously a church of some sort. It looks kind of Felonorian, though, if you had to pin it to somebody.
Kind of suspicious churches always look kind of Felonorian.
Yeah.
It's always
That's where he said to go to get our IDs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess let's head in there.
A man in robes will greet you at the door and nod. I'm saying, oh, hello, traveler. What brings you?
We're not from here, and we're told to come here to pick up some form of identification.
Of course. I take it you've none with you, then?
Nope.
Very well. We can have new ones made. Come with me. I will lead you to the back of this place. It's got a variety of wooden pews. It's kind of a simple affair given the grandness of the exterior. This entry hall. Couple of rows of benches that lead up to a small little platform, and on it there is a glittering, hovering orb, and in front of it a lectern, which has stored next to it a variety of slate gray tablets. And I'll quickly count the number of the group and then set out an according number of tablets. And he will lead you through the ceremony, and it's a quick one. Reynald, this is a weird thing, because he is casting a spell subtly, without verbal, somatic, or material components. He's just kind of doing it while he's inside this church. But he's casting a ceremony spell, which is a kind of an open-ended spell that's been tinkered with by religious scholars. It's the sort of thing that you do for tiny little things for marriages and that sort of thing. But this feels a lot more potent. This has some smatterings of zone of truth and detect alignment and detect evil and good, and a couple of other things mixed in. It's a weird confluence of energies that he's calling down as he places his hand on this orb. Now, gentlemen, if you will hold your orbs aloft, your information shall be recorded upon them.
Sure.
My what?
Information?
The stone, the square stone works in front of you. On
right,
the
right.
Does everyone do so?
Yeah, I suppose I
Yeah.
have no reason not
Yeah,
to.
might as well.
I hope.
So he'll get everyone's recorded, and then he gets to Kios. And your tablet just breaks. And he'll.
It's defective.
Sorry, yes, must be weak stone. Let me get another for you, sir.
Thank you.
He'll put another one up. And the same thing will happen. It'll crack and shatter.
Here, mine was fine.
Understand. Do you have some sort of protective magics on, sire?
I don't believe so.
Can I hand him mine? Does mine work?
He'll hold up a hand, and though admirable, they are one-time recordings to prevent the editing of informations and whatnot. He'll hold up a finger and reach behind him to this locked shelf, which he'll pull out this gold tablet and he'll hand it over. Let's try this one then. And it will melt.
Like, is it hot? It's in my hand.
Yeah, it's warm, but it's not burning you. It just seems to kind of wilt in your hand.
Well,
Perhaps you're under some my gods, he says, his eyes opening wide.
Ah, yeah,
Oh
that's
my
probably what it
God.
was.
What have you done, sir?
I didn't-
Whatever it is,
I didn't do jack shit.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. You've done a lot of shit.
But that can't be, sir. You're practically drowning in curses.
Oh.
oh,
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's a thing. Yeah,
I mean,
don't
we
worry
got
about
the
it.
worst of them removed.
I'm
Is he
okay.
all right?
But
We got
Fine,
the
I
worst
think.
of them removed. Like I said, these are the good ones.
He hasn't
that-
died yet.
yet.
As his medical professional, I can confirm that.
Physically, he's all right. Spiritually, not my department.
I'm probably fine. All right? Like, don't worry. I appreciate your concern. I most likely will be fine for the foreseeable future.
Hasn't blown up a sun with his curses yet, so.
Yeah, we fix the parts we can fix, and the other parts aren't our problem yet.
What's happening here, by the way, is he's trying to call on the gods to basically look into you and record your information accurately, because they're an impartial party in the process. However, you're so cursed that they're having to kind of shout through a crack, and it's just not reaching the tablet. And instead, the curses are going and eating it instead.
And trying to chisel information into the wreck with a sledgehammer.
Just let me write, damn it! Access denied, bitch. He'll quickly come over to you and bow his head. Please, it would set me at ease if I were to pray for you. Perhaps I could remove some of these curses.
No, I'm okay with them, actually. They make me feel pretty special.
They're part of his character now, really.
Yeah. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and he's not very strong so far.
Yeah.
As you wish, my sir, but if at any time that you feel burdened by this weight, please.
Nah, that probably won't happen.
Well, if at any opportunity you do have the need, please seek me out. I am Haka.
Oh, this motherfucker!
Son of a
Oh,
bitch.
this son of a bitch!
Okay.
I guess we don't know him as that son of a bitch because we
Right.
killed him in every world that we've been in.
So far, he's been pretty
He's
nice.
dead in every world we've been in, I guess.
Yes. Either because he was already dead or because you have made it so. But yeah, this is Haka. Let me get you his portrait.
I don't even really remember what he did. I just know I'm pissed at him.
He gave Erebus that tattoo that said he was a dick.
Oh yeah, that's
Yep.
right.
Mm-hmm. He had his gang of beggars.
Well, it's just a blood feud that's been going on so long nobody knows where you're feuding.
Yeah.
Or you just know you're angry.
And I think he threw us in a sewer a couple of times.
Yep.
And after that, he just existed. And we couldn't let that happen.
And this is the Haka that you're familiar with. So yeah, he will quietly and nod his head, and I will say a few prayers for you tonight, my lord.
Can he pray for me? I mean, I don't know if I have any latent curses, but I don't want any curses.
It is traditional to provide some form of compensatory arrangement, but nonetheless, you're in a dire straits, so I shall not think of charging.
Was this fucking America? You charge for healthcare?
Speaking of charging, where can we go to get our money exchanged? It's not from here.
The Grand Wheel should be able to exchange a number of currencies for equal values of other currencies. You may find them in the hall across the way. It's the one with the brass banisters up. and go with the gods, my friends. He'll say, kind of in particularly to Kios. But do care to try and stay out of harm's way, eh? Without identification, things could become difficult. Although, of course, I will, if it comes to it, vouch for your lack of identification. And I will reach out to the church to see if there's something that we may be able to do for you.
Cool.
Hmm.
Let's go get some bicycles.
Thank you for your travelers, and welcome to Seer.
Yep.
So heading over to the Grand Wheel.
Yeah.
Suppose.
So there's something interesting here, Reynald. As a student of the canon, you pick it up first. It's oddly aesthetic. And what I mean by that is there's no religion in it. The Grand Wheel is a organization driven at the top of it by clerics of Vaharano and Althara. But there's no Vaharano here. Just like the barest trimmings of Althara in relief.
I guess it did feel like there was something missing in the beginning, so maybe that's Vaharano and Althara to a lesser extent.
Perhaps. Regardless, you can stroll your way in. There are a variety of little styles in which you can engage with moneylenders and exchangers of varying sorts. Yes, we did. It's the fake card. I apologize. We shall do it now!
So when we get Wheel of Fortune, we exchange the money, but we need to roll for it.
Next card, the Magician. In the tradition of Saran Tarot, the Magician represents the ability to communicate with clear intent, the ability to sell your wares and be innovative. The Magician's blood is potent and aligned with their spiritual force. They will find themselves to have all the tools and resources they need to accomplish what they set out to do. Alternatively, promises will be given. Promises given will be found to be empty. A deal will be found out to be nothing more than a scheme to deprive the querent of money or power, a lack in your ability to turn opportunities into profitable encounters.
I guess that adds up with what's about to happen.
This tarot card is often encountered whenever folk want to engage with Lady Spawn, for some reason. There are a variety of them open. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking for, or are you just going to go up to the first one that's closest to you?
I'd figure first one that's closest, as long as we can get our money into some functional currency.
Fair enough. There is a man who is missing his right arm, who will nod at you as you approach. He's in his elder years, and his eyes have long bags underneath them. Yes, my good fellows, what can we do for you?
Well, we're not from here and like to exchange some money to something that is from here.
Please present the coinage so that I may identify it.
Sure. I'll show him my pile of coins.
He says as he looks at them. He pulls out a loop and he pulls one of the coins up and then kind of squints at it. Where did you say you were from?
Not here.
Not here. I can see that. Well, I'm unfamiliar with the origin of these coins, but he says as he holds it up and he inspects it. Would you mind terribly if I destroyed one of these coins that I may ascertain their value?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, my lord. And he will hold out a finger and a tiny little line of light will appear, and he'll just kind of scalpel the coin in half, and the light will disappear. And he'll look at the filling on the interior and nod to himself, and he'll make some notes. Yes, about 93% purity. Mhm. 0.4 pounds. All right. By equivalent exchange rate to bullion of the same types. Yes, I can make this transaction for you.
All right. What's
How
the?
much would you like to exchange?
I guess
Please
what's
note.
the rate?
Of course. Please note that there is a 10% commission fee for the exchange of goods back to rarity, and then to kingdom currency. In addition, note that non-members may only exchange up to the value of 150 farthings per day. Of course, you may become a member at any time, and to do so would require 50 farthings and a quick interview with one of our staff.
Hmm. I don't know if I've ever seen. I suppose I don't know if the organization is the same between the universes. I assume it's not, but have I seen any currency that looks like what he's supposing that we exchange it at the kingdom currency?
Well, you can see by looking down the counter what other people are trading with, and um, it looks like everyone's trading in tiny little bars.
Okay, so
Stamps at the end.
so nothing like anything we would have in our home plane, right?
It doesn't appear to be, at least not this kingdom's currency.
Getcha.
Then, how much would you like to exchange, sirs?
Fuck it, I'll go for all my gold, I guess. So-
1 silver is considered to be 1 farthing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, I can't do all my gold if we only have 150 limit a day.
Well, you can spend 50 silver to become a member, though.
Yep.
That's true. That's true. Huh?
Probably one of us should become a member. And
Yeah, I guess I'll
pay
become a
in touch
member
with
and then
exchanging.
just.
I got enough gold to do that.
I mean, it's just 5 gold to become a member.
right. So,
So-
it's whatever.
I guess I'll go for it as well. I guess.
Of course, sir. Please note that anyone who wishes to have the interview must present identification for verification and reporting.
Alright, so it's not gonna be me.
Yeah. So I guess just me. The member. Grab the Costco card.
Yep. The divine card. He'll note it. All right. I have a number of questions that I am required to ask of you. First, are you in any sort of levy or debt at this time? And if so, to whom?
I don't think I'm in any debt.
Very well. Are you in good standing with the Church of Althara?
I'm not in a
Potentially.
bad standing.
Yeah, I haven't done anything against them.
Have you made any donations to the Church of Althara within the last year?
No, we just got here.
Very well. He'll write that down. Are you or have you ever been a citizen of the following nations? The Theran Consulate, the Avgardian Independence, or the Keenlaw Confederacy?
Nope.
Alright, if I know any evil names, the whatever independence is evil.
That's true. It's always evil.
The more that they have like democratic, independent, whatever, the more evil they are.
Get that dictator dar going. He'll nod and very well. And finally, do you submit to becoming a member of the guild in which all rights and such shall be invested in perpetuity until such time that your contracts are negotiated or withdrawn?
Just say yes, it's fine.
It's a lot of small talk mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, I was about to say that was some legalese. I'm just gonna say yes. Roll with it, I guess.
Just don't read the thing. Just, yeah. Said accept.
Definitely sounded like that said we'd have no rights, but
Yeah, no, it definitely did, but it's whatever. We're just gonna keep going.
Very well, sir. And he'll record that. And if I may have your insignia here, as he holds out his tablet. And he expects something to be done.
pull out my tablet, I guess? I don't know.
He'll see your hesitance and, oh, just tap it.
Oh, okay. I'll tap it.
Yes. He refers to the notes that he's written down. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And given that you don't currently have any kingdom currency, you would like this to be subtracted from your current amount. Yes?
Yes.
As you wish. Then I shall make change for 100 farthings in your name. One moment, sir. And he'll start pulling out a number of bars as he clicks up and down an abacus. And then we'll hand you over 10 bars. Each of them are stamped with a 5-pointed crown.
I'm imagining sort of like a Republic credit looking thing.
Something like that. Yeah, that's not a untoward way of looking at it. Yeah. And of course, go with the gods, sirs. We wish you well on your travels and merchantary expeditions. If I may, though, have you intentions of seeking out the Adventurers Guild?
I think we were hoping for some kind of magic school.
Ah, yes, they hold it there.
Perfect.
Then, yeah.
Today happens to be one of them, thankfully. Do note that they will try to overcharge you. The actual standard rate for foreign visitors is 10 farthings, but they will assuredly ask for 35. Please be sure to ignore them and pay only the 10.
Thanks for the warning.
Of course.
Nice guy.
Anything for a member of the Grand Wheel.
You're in just like that. Just part of the mafia now.
Fuck yeah.
No statues to Lothar in here.
Yeah, I got the impression that from what, and I would say that out after we leave, get the impression that he was asking about Althura because he doesn't like Althura very much. That's what I feel like. I don't know why I just
Yeah,
get that
because I
impression.
definitely get the vibe with the countries at least, so that's like places they're war with or something.
Yeah.
Which begs the question also, we don't know yet what country we're actually in. Because
Don't know. Just that you're in Seer.
Because the countries he said were all countries bordering Grenhold.
Yeah. Although they have different arrangements, like their kingdom structures are different.
Yeah. Which with
Although-
things like the Avgard independence seems like something like they invaded Avgard and that's the resistance, but I guess they wouldn't call it a country then.
Right. There's got to be something going on there. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll find out at Hogwarts.
So just across the way, near where, of course, all of the people with all of the magic items ever are standing out in front, is the Adventurers Guild, where they do happen to offer supplementary training to their members and to those who just so happen to need it. It is part of how they receive their funding. So then, off to the Adventurers Guild.
Sure.
Yeah.
As you're on the way there, by the way, you note in an alleyway something strange going on. Someone is holding out like a golden brassy bauble, and a robed figure is effusing it with green electric energies. They're spilling out from their fingertips and arcing across this thing's surface. It's a weird sight. You're not sure what's going on there.
got yelled at for looking at somebody too hard before, so I
Yeah, I
guess
mean,
just shrug.
I'll if it catches my attention, I'll look at it as we look at him as we walk past. But I don't know that that's strange. I don't know if it's strange here.
It's fair. That's
Uh,
fair. Um, then off and ignoring that, you go to the Adventurers Guild, a large, stout building that is thicker than it is long or wide. Wait, hang on, let me rephrase that. That is longer than it is wide.
yeah.
It's a fourth dimensional Adventurers Guild. You wouldn't understand until your guild played. All of the people out front seem to be bearing some form of insignia on their armor somewhere in the form of a bar. They come in a variety of shapes. Some of them double up or triple up, and others have a bar that goes through them. You're pretty sure that it denotes some sort of ranking, although you're not quite sure what. It seems military in origin, though.
It might be related to ranking in the Adventurers Guild since we're right outside it, I guess.
Perhaps. The interior is sparse. It's effectively just a somewhat crowded den of sorts, with a variety of scrolls strewn about upon desks, and a variety of robed scholars poring over maps and quietly conspiring with other teammates of theirs. The main lighting in this room is from a brass chandelier above, which sparkles with tiny motes of butterfly lights that flit about in the air. And the person behind the counter, you kind of have a double take at. One moment. It appears to be, of course, the titular receptionist. But not in the flavor that you were expecting. One moment. There we are. Although she does not have her parasol out at this moment. She seems shockingly out of place in this place. Despite the multiculturalism going on, hers is very foreign in dress. She's taking along a draw from a extremely long, what appears to be smoking pipe, as she eyes you as you walk in. She doesn't address you. There's no, welcome or anything. She just kind of stares appraisingly. Some of the people in the room stop and look up to regard your entrance, and most of them just immediately look back down.
Yeah, I guess let's go tell her we want to go to magic class.
Her eyes will narrow. Your tablets, please.
I suppose I'll present it.
Yeah.
Oh,
She'll-
sorry, I don't have one of those.
She'll stare at you for a moment. Would you permit an inspection, then?
Yeah.
As you wish, sire. She'll gesture with her very long fingernails, and narrow her eyes at you for a moment. You are quite cursed, sir. Are you sure you do not wish to seek religious care?
Nah, I'm fine.
As you wish. She'll gather all the tablets up and stack them, and then set them aside. The fee, of course, will be for 35 farthings for each of you.
told it was 10 by that guy at the Grand Wheel, so that's what I'm going with. Pay 50.
You are not citizens?
We are upstanding members.
We're not from here.
And will.
Very well. We shall apply the foreign fee of 10, then. Your tutor shall be back in about an hour after you have paid. He is presently on an assignment. She speaks with a strange and weird elucidation. It's an accent that you can't quite trace.
Well,
I guess let's find somewhere out of the way to sit for an hour. It's an adventurers guild. It's got to be made out of dark corners.
yeah, I was gonna say, go brood in the corner for an hour.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of dark corners in this place.
Euclidean
further
space
privacy.
made of dark corners.
Oh no! Now you'll never get back! There's only darkness! You just have to find all of the shady people. That's the only way back. So yeah, it will take some time, but she will have sent out a message by bird, which will just burst into the air and explode. And about an hour later, in fact, a man arrives. Stepping out from the doorway, while pulling back his hood, he quickly surveys the surroundings before stepping inwards and up to the apparent receptionist, and they will exchange some quick words. He is quite unconventionally dressed, ostentatious, you would almost say. And you're not quite sure the quality of magic lessons you'll be receiving, given the sheer amount of arms that he's displaying. He appears to be little less than a walking armory. A knight who doesn't trust himself enough to have a squire. And he'll turn to look at you all and walk over. Hey there. I was told that you're looking for instruction.
Yep.
She said that you weren't members of the guild. You haven't been appraised, have you?
I don't think so.
His eye will light up for a moment. That's alright. I can get that done for you right now. Whew. That's, well, you guys are some tough customers, aren't you?
You could say that.
He looks over to Kios and, immediately his eye closes. You see it spark red for a moment. Oh, bud. Whatever that is, you need to turn that off.
Yeah, he's really fucking cursed.
Is he okay?
I'm fine.
He's not dead.
He's
If people
okay
stopped
enough.
fucking, investigating me, I would be, I wouldn't have to answer this question 40,000
Believe it or
times.
not, we've gotten that quite a lot today.
Kios, you need a shirt that says, "Yes, I'm cursed, stop asking."
You just need to make more business cards, just like the people that make them for people that ask about how's the weather up there.
I got real fucking cursed, and all I got was this T-shirt.
He'll let that lie. Of course, yeah. Alright. Have you all been traveling together for a while?
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
You're probably the same level.
Wow.
Seem to be about 10th level. A little bit higher than that, though, from training.
Wait a minute.
Does
what
he
is this
actually use
level
those
concept?
terms? Yeah.
He describes it as level.
Do we know about that? Is that
I don't
No,
think we. I
knowledge?
don't think we would as characters know about that. Like, imagine somebody coming up to you in real life and telling you they're level 23. You'd think they're like joking or something. Yeah.
Oh, dude, did you know that your computer skill was 37? Good job, man. Who do you mean 37? He'll nod and yeah, you've got a pretty good party composition here. Don't know what
We-
you're rolling into
Hold
out
on.
there. Brought you here.
Hold on. Do we have a good party composition?
Yeah, he'll start
Yeah.
pointing at each of you, and he'll regard Vincent as well. He's the damage dealer. He's the healer. You're the mage, and you're the face. I'm guessing, as he points to Kios.
Wait, who's the mage? Hold on.
he's,
I mean-
he's regarding Marv as the mage.
Wait.
He can cast
Wait.
Fist.
Yeah, I would just say, like, at him saying that, I'll just turn my head at. I mean, I'll quickly do like a double take and not say anything, but.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm the face.
Of course.
He's got a face, I can't argue.
He has a face. He's got two of them even.
I do have two faces.
He had three
you
at one
gonna-
point.
What do you mean three? Jeez, how cursed are you?
Oh, that was only a short one. That one was pretty bad though.
Yeah, no, we got ahead of that one.
Well, regardless.
All right, no, that I almost missed that one. I almost missed that.
So, do you guys know Rigor's Invocation?
No.
Nope.
Nah.
Oh man, we're
Functions.
starting from foundations, huh? How'd you guys get that without knowing Rigors? Oh,
We're
whatever.
not from here.
Is it like the quadratic formula or something? Like,
It's a simple spell. He'll make a quick hand gesture, and then there will be a of energy. It's pretty simple. Anybody can learn it. Here, he points at Marv. Go ahead, show them. Just mimic me.
I will do that.
He says to
I
the
will-
maid.
Yeah, I will pretend like I know what I'm doing, and probably fail horribly, but I will try my darndest.
You cast Rigor's Invocation.
Mhm.
good.
Yep,
Good
see,
job.
not bad, right?
Yeah, I mean,
He
I
just
don't know
cast
what-
the spell. You don't know where that came from, but he just did it.
yeah.
Does it do anything? I
It
mean,
makes a small little burst of light, but it's an entry point. We're building on foundations here. Gotta start at the bottom.
yeah.
All right, each of you. I want to see you mastering it before the next step. Otherwise, it's going to get really complicated.
I'd like to do it.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weird thing is, since you guys are practiced casters, especially in this case, Renal. Renal, this feels weird to you because it's not asking a god for a favor. You're just doing it. And that's weird.
Huh.
Kios, this is weirdly familiar to you. It's like you just had carrot cake for the first time in 16 years, and you went, "Oh yeah, that's what it tastes like."
Do I know when I've done it before?
It's probably similar to when you were a witch.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're thinking that something from that time is reminding you before you went on this path. Regardless, he teaches all of you Rigor's Invocation. All it does is it creates a tiny spark of light. That's it. It has no other effects. But it doesn't cost you anything. It's a cantrip. You can cast it if you have no arcane casting. Next, you'll be like, all right. Next, we're going to learn status. Now, this only works with people who are friendly to you. People can deny it at any time. Don't try to spy on people. They will know if you're casting it on them, all right? I've taught a lot of people who then got immediately punched out in the face after I left, and I don't want to hear that from you guys.
Right.
All right. So, and then he'll make a couple of gestures, and then he'll say, and then you just say status. Go ahead and try that. He'll say again to the mage.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
Mage.
mimic exactly what he did, pretending to know what I'm doing.
You're not sure what you're doing, but you're very in tune with your body. You treat it like a kata, and just like it just being a martial art, once you do it, it just kind of happens. You're not really in control of it. It just kind of spontaneously decides, yep, it was cast. And then at that, you get that little window that the guard brought up. And it displays your name and a variety of things with numbers next to it. And he'll interrupt and say, now, before you guys get concerned, certain information is privileged and only you will be able to see it. Basic information like your name, where you're from, whether you've committed any crimes, that is public information. So be careful who you are allowing to see this sort of information,
If I
even if it's basic stuff.
If I commit a crime and never get caught, does it pop up?
It would be observed by the gods, so don't try to get away with it. The eye will find you.
Okay.
I was about to say that held pretty true in our world as well. The eye would just find you if you tried to do something.
Oh, you haven't met the eye of this world.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably even worse here.
They're just supermen now. Oh, so much truth. Zone of truth, eye beam.
You commit a crime and yeah, you just get laser beamed from space.
Alright, so, now that we've mastered that invocation, let's move on to something a little bit more advanced. You guys are doing pretty well. I suppose I should expect that, given your level 10ers. Have you considered applying to the Adventurers Guild? You're picking this up pretty fast. Bet you do some good work out there in the field.
Could use some money, and I'm probably gonna be here for a little bit, but we are kind of occupied with some other stuff.
Oh, that's all right. I don't want to impress on you anything, of course. Well, last one. This one, again, got to be careful with it, okay? And I mean it. I know it's going to be tempting, but don't do anything to it until you've thought really hard about it, okay? Now, you guys haven't been in country for long, right?
No.
About, I don't know, hour?
Okay. None of you guys are atheists, right? Because this can be a little disconcerting if you're not religious.
Not an atheist.
You've met God, so.
Yeah, I don't consider myself a follower of any one religion, but.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna ask Solanos to evaluate you. You're going to ask for evaluation. It's like status, except it has a couple of different steps. But be warned, this one's a deep dive. It's going to reveal a lot of things, probably that you don't even know about yourself. So take it slow. Don't look at things unless you really want to know about them, all right? All right. Mage. He says he points to Morgan.
Yep.
Magical punch.
Magical kick. Yeah.
This one takes a little bit longer to do. It has a couple more steps to it. It's almost kind of like a little dance that you do with your hands. And then evaluation. Go ahead.
Will do so.
Your character sheet pops up.
Oh. Huh.
Now, understand that these are evaluations from a deity. They may not necessarily match what you think of yourself. But nonetheless, that is for your eyes only. Only share this information with somebody who you're willing to basically share your life with, because anything you do, anything that you've got on you, all of that's going to be right here.
Okay.
Worth noting, too, that in this country, it is illegal to ask for somebody's evaluation outside of a court of law. So beware of that. All right.
Ooh,
Alright.
ooh.
Now, I assume that this is not an actual physical manifestation of my character sheet, right?
It is not a physical manifestation, but it is your character sheet
Okay.
as it presented in front of you.
Right.
All right. So that's the introduction to this country's magic styles. Some good lifestyle magic. Oh, one more. This one can kind of be helpful out in the field. You guys have been a good audience, and things have been going fast. So I'm going to teach you an Adventurer Guild exclusive skill. Huh?
All right.
Alright.
Okay. So, and don't ask other people for these sorts of favors. All right, I can get away with it because I'm high rank. So what I'm going to teach you is Wayfinder. All right. It's going to show you where the thing is that you're currently trying to do. Normally, this is a thing that.
Well, what the fuck? We could have used that long time ago.
Well, we can definitely still use that now, given the whole 100-mile radius.
Now, do note that it's not the most precise of spells. Okay. It's don't follow it off of cliffs and so on. All right. A couple of people have relied a little bit too much on it and just kind of lost track of the world around them, and then the world found them, and now Kagosho has them. So don't get too invested in what it tells you. All right. Just use it as an advisor, right? Treat it with respect, but also with a little bit of skepticism.
I do as the marker commands.
It becomes a physical gold arrow that just kind of hovers in front of you and then slides to point at something.
Oh, I see. This is like Dead Space Wayfinder. Not quite as accurate.
All right, now on how to use it, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to think very clearly about exactly what you want. And then this should try to find where that is in the world. Now, know that this can get a little fuzzy. Not everybody is great at imagination, and you really do need a very clear idea of what you're looking for. The less clear you are on the details, the less reliable this is going to be. But if you've got stuff like, say, and he points over to the boards, a contract, and it describes the location and what you're looking for and that sort of details, this can get you surprisingly close, probably to within about 500 to 200 feet. Enough to set up ambushes and whatnot. Just be careful you don't walk into the thing that you're trying to track. All right, and now I want to see each of you guys casting that, and try and get them to point at me. And it's pretty simple. If you just focus on him, it'll kind of just walk and then lock onto him. And if you move around, it'll just stay focused on him. But if you note something else in the surroundings, it'll kind of like drift a bit. All right. Any questions, students?
I think that I don't have any.
No? Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your patronage, and I hope you guys enjoy your stay here in Seer. Of course, if you have any additional advanced lessons and techniques that you'd like me to teach, those are available, but I teach privately outside of the guild, and my schedule is kind of limited these days. But nonetheless, I will entertain any good offers. In particular, I am pretty good at retraining people into doing stuff, and in a hurry. This is one of the guys who can allow you guys to retrain your feats on the fly.
Gotcha.
He's best with combat feats, and he won't be able to retrain all feats. But he can do it within a day, and that's why it costs money.
Skill trainer NPC.
By the way, has my copy gotten any looks?
Nope.
Right?
He's blending in just fine. you've seen a number of weird things that you don't quite understand lately, especially the half dragon man, whatever that is.
I was about to say, yeah, there's dragon people around. They probably don't care about a strange lizard.
Oh, but we did see the skeleton of a dragon in the Hall of Forgotten Woe. It was
Yep.
labeled in Japanese.
Yep.
So,
You did?
if he said that, then I would think of, that. And I would go,
I mean, I imagine if you think of there being flesh on the bones we saw there, you could imagine it probably being close to a full version of what he was.
Yeah, I suppose.
4 limbs, wings.
Well,
Oh.
gentlemen, I have a contract that I need to get to, and if you need me, he'll hold out his hand to shake all of yours if you offer. My name is Eric.
I'll make sure mine is limp and uncomfortable since he said that I was the face of the party.
He'll assume it has something to do with yours.
And assuming
Unable to give a good handshake.
Unable to give good handshakes.
Yep, and
20th
as I
level
am
curse.
as I am the mage, I will continue to try to cast that wayfinding spell and just move it to his hand as I shake it.
That's a pretty easy thing to do. It's all physical. It's weird. You're now at least entertained by the idea that even though he described you wrong, maybe he's not wrong.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Maybe I am a mage.
This world, I'm a mage.
I'm a real boy.
Though, now that you guys have had some experience with this, there are some things to remark quickly as he's walking away. This is Eric Sullen, by the way. In particular, one, magic is way too easy to learn in this world.
Right, usually each of those would take 2 weeks. Yeah.
Here it's just like you have to memorize a phrase and a dance move and you're good. It doesn't even have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to mention. I do not want to provoke the ire of any nearby guards, of course, and apparently there's just an eye laser constantly watching us. Yeah. However, is there any kind of books around that could be like a spell book kind of thing that would have any descriptions of anything like that?
Yeah, there's some basic books in here. They go over the arcane school. It's stated for 4 levels 0 through 2.
I mean, I suppose I will pick it up as if I am checking it out and then attempt to walk out with it without anybody noticing. I'll try and just shoplift from Walmart and the employees not caring.
We have money. The whole point was
No,
buy
no
magic
robbing
correctly.
of.
I'm
cheap
not
magic
robbing,
items.
I'm borrowing the book, I'm using it.
You
It's
aren't gonna come back.
Don't
We've
know
done this
that.
before.
Alright, I will peruse the book. I don't even know if it's
Can
for
read it
sale.
without leaving.
Alright,
Okay.
fine.
Chill. The receptionist will, sire, that is for Adventurer Guild members. Of course,
Oh.
it is free once a member.
Alright. I'll put it back. I'll put it
Did we-
back.
Did we become Adventurer Guild members, or did we just pay for the
No.
magic school?
No, we just paid for Hogwarts.
I
guess
feel
we
like
wanna
that's kind of
try
a
and-
poor investment then. We should have just invested in the guild itself.
Well, yeah, but the guild is probably more expensive.
Yeah.
10 gold.
Because like it
Really
was
worth
it
it.
was 5 gold for one person to become a member of the Grand Wheel.
Yeah.
I do have quite a decent amount of gold on me. I don't know how much gold you guys have, but I have like 1,500
8.
gold.
I have
What?
8 on
You have
my
8?
person.
What are you doing? I have on my character sheet 3 plat, 1461 gold,
I have 8
72
plat.
silver.
I have 25 gold.
90%.
No, this is what.
90% of the wealth I have on
Oh, no,
my
I have 3
person
plat.
at any point during my character's life
Wait.
has either been stolen or given to me for free. I
I've
have
been
8 gold
broke
on
for
my
like
person.
I
3
have-
years
I have-
since I bought a scroll.
I have 3 plat, 88 gold, and 2 silver and a copper.
Alright, so I
On
have
one
a lot
copper.
of money then. I
So
don't know why.
I feel like I. Wait,
The
how
poor
much
man
do you
at
have,
Grand
Vince?
Wheel is gonna think that you were scammed. You went in to pay 10 silver in your back, being like, to exchange all our money.
Wait, Vince, how much do you have?
I have a little over 1,500 gold.
Holy fuck! What?
I haven't spent money on anything.
That's 150. I barely spent money, and I'm up to like,
I don't-
100.
I don't honestly know where I got all this money from.
Are
but
you
it's on
looking
the
at
street.
total wealth, or are you looking at the gold?
Oh wait, maybe.
Oh,
I'm
that's what
looking
he's looking
at
at. He's
the
looking at the
Okay,
bottom.
yeah.
Total wealth, I have 1,500 gold as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, in actual gold, then I have 45 gold and 3 plat, so that's
That's-
70 gold.
All right, so I'm still richer than everybody. The fucking hermit is richer than everybody.
Well, yeah, that's
Uh,
because you had your fucking... when we sold all the mining supplies.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The lion's share of that.
Well, yeah, because I put in the most money. What do you think? This is you're gonna get
'Cause you
more than
didn't
your
buy
share?
The fucking scroll that binds the gods for all of my money.
I didn't tell you to buy that.
That
Now it's an
reminds me-
ancient relic, all right? So now I feel like that was a really good return on investment,
So,
honestly.
yeah, that was just kind of at a garage sale.
I don't remember what the heck happened exactly in that whole situation with the contract BS, but at some point that scroll was glued to me. It's not still glued to me, right?
No, because it would be inside you.
Alright.
Yeah. I
Alright.
think the Highlands took it and put it in a vault.
That's
Yeah.
right.
They basically built the facility is not completely built, but the first thing that was completely built is the vault where that scroll is stored. The rest of the building is more or less serving as walls and safeguards to keep people from getting to that vault.
Get you.
Yeah, they pretty much built the building around the scroll.
Worth noting, by the way, that although the Grand Wheel will take 10% of whatever you exchange with them, that magic items can be bought and sold here.
All right,
So
I would
magic
like to look at
items
their
somewhere?
inventory of magic items, please.
Oh no! More detritus on the market. Another insistent door knocker, I guess.
Although I guess with magic being different here, I'm not sure if magic items here would work back.
I don't
in
know
the-
either, so I'm just gonna buy one, and just use it for this trip and be very disappointed when it doesn't work elsewhere.
All right.
Fair enough. What would you like to buy?
I don't know.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
they got any good deals?
Who's
Anything on sale?
Like
Yeah,
you're,
one's
I
got
mean,
a
you're
variety
asking me what I want to buy, but I have no clue what they offer. Like,
This freaking magic item clearance rack would even have to.
I have gold.
bro, you
Bring
know
them
I'd
all
be
in my
right at
package.
the clearance rack,
Grove
dude.
of
I
many
love that
things
shit.
only generates hot dogs.
Nice.
Is there? See, I can't even I can't filter in the compendium for magic stuff, so I just had to what? Do they have?
Just filter by level in equipment.
Yeah.
Deck
so I love
of,
them
deck of,
Anything
Deck of
that's
one
leveled
thing.
is gonna be magic. Deck of many dings. Every time you pull a card, it plays a chime.
there you go.
Terrible.
I'm adding to the count for that one.
Do you want an adamantine shield, Renault?
I don't think it's.
Hardness 10, HP 40, and BT 20. I don't know what BT is.
I already have a better shield, but that's a broken threshold. If it gets below
Oh.
that, then you can't use it.
Oh, there's an adamantine buckler, which is even worse. I don't know why I
Can we
said it in
get-
that tone.
Runes here? Are runes cheap here?
There are
Yeah.
Eon stones.
They got 'em. Runes are available for sale.
For like cheaper than normal or like normal price?
Normal price.
Fortunately.
Oh,
How
well.
many runes can you put on one thing? One
Um,
Depends.
potency, and
You can
then
put the primary runes, and then those affect the count of the others.
Yep.
So I think it's pretty much I think the same as the bonus.
how much
from
is it
potency.
for a resilient rune of greater or major?
Those are pretty expensive, the greater ones.
Yeah, it's 3,500 for greater resilient.
Those are actually controlled by the state in this country, so you can't get graders outside of
What about
a
majors?
king's warrant.
Majors are 50k. They're even worse.
Oh. What about upgrading my armor potency?
What do you have?
Right now it's +1.
But I mean, what's your base?
What do you mean?
I think it's
what
a +1
right?
potency rune is what he has.
Oh, yeah, that's what I have.
I think it's the difference between them to upgrade them,
Yes.
which would mean you'd have to pay 900 to get
Jesus
to a +2.
Christ. 900 gold?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck.
Same cost for doing that with a weapon, also actually.
Oh, I got these when Tiagda let us into the...
Yeah, that's where pretty much all of our magic items have come from, except like the fucking jar.
Yeah, people are giving you like the poor man sadness. Like, oh no, they're poor.
So, in that case, where can we find some work that will give us a lot of money quickly? Surely.
Well,
Right here.
That's right, we're in the Adventurers Guild, so let's go on an adventure.
Fuck it.
Probably join the Adventurers Guild first.
yes, they don't allow unlicensed members to take on assignments. You have to be at least certified, so that they don't just send people to die.
Understandable.
Or at least if they do send people to die, they've signed the waiver and are willingly going off to die.
They've included the Adventurers Guild in their will.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's what your membership does. What? How do you think that this place keeps going?
Hey, now that we have Wayfinder, we can just buy a resident Wayfinder and, never have to use that spell that we just got. Even though it's a cantrip.
Yep.
I was about to say, but the spell is free.
But these magic items, they're not like at a discount compared to our world. They are the price that are in the compendium.
Yes, it's just their availability is very high by comparison. This is a high fantasy world.
Everyone has more money here.
Yep, they can actually enchant and create magic items in this world.
I see.
Without the rigorous processes. Instead, you get the wizards that are just like, I have to make another staff. Okay, fine. Here's another 1,000 XP. You're just stupid staff.
Okay, well, I don't think I'm getting anything.
Fair enough.
I guess what's the membership fee to join the Adventurers Guild?
She will explain that to gain access to the Adventurers Guild, you will need to become a member of the lodge. And that membership is 5 gold a person, which can be waived by the guildmaster, providing certain circumstances are met. She does not elaborate on what those circumstances are.
Seems like one of those things where if you have to ask, you can't do it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I guess, do we want to become adventurers in a different world to try and get money?
I mean,
do we just want to use that Wayfinder spell we got to try and find why we're here?
I vote for the latter, to be honest with you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But it's up to the rest of the party, I guess. Like, I personally vote for the latter, but I'd be down for the former.
Bad with those. Which one is the latter?
The latter is the most recently said, and the former is
Okay.
the one before it.
Yeah, I'd say let's just go find the god that's missing.
Yes.
We can come back here later if we want to
All right.
become fucking Iskai protagonists.
Well, as you begin your endeavors, there is a wrinkle. You do your best to imagine Althara as you've seen her depicted. And for some of you, that's a much more shaky proposition. Reynald, you are steeped in religious lore. You know a number of depictions of Althara, and you're just like, is it that one? Is it that one? Is it that one? Is it that one? As you mentally rearrange your image in your head. But your efforts are confounded. Rather than pointing anywhere in particular, the moment you start thinking about Althara, your wayfinders just start rotating around you.
We are Althara.
We're in Althara?
You're not sure what it means.
I guess I'll try and think of like one of us or the ship, something that I know is from our world, and see if it's something like that that's screwing with it.
If you point at one of the party members, it will just kind of whoa and then snap. If you think about the ship, it'll start spinning.
Ow. I'm just gonna test this and see what the heck. Just gonna think of. How about just Grinholt, like the very center? I assume you've been to the like very dead center of Grinholt, and there's probably something obvious there, right? Like marking around the center of the town.
And you could probably go with like the Citadel or something. Would be
Yeah.
thing that you know is there.
Yeah, go with the Citadel from our world. I don't know. I will think that and see what the Wayfinder does.
Okay. You think of the Citadel as you remember it. The weird tree in the background, the fluttering tapestries. It's situated high up in the sky, looming over a giant semi-cylindrical building. For a large green lawn surrounded by tall, towering walls. In the city of Grinhold. And the Wayfinder just starts rotating.
Alright, so, yeah, that's... Right.
If I think
I
of...
guess, can I try and think of the travel portfolio? And see if the Wayfinder will do something?
Yeah, you think about, like, the concept of travel, the portfolio. And then it'll just... and then point at a nearby adventurer. He has a Althara holy symbol. And his boots have wings on them. You note.
Neat.
They flitter a little bit. Disturbingly.
What happens if we think of the Godwood?
Oh no.
That's a good question. That's what I would want to do.
I mean, it should be in the same spot.
It
It
begins to
should.
spin.
Hmm.
Everything's more vibrant and magical here. Is it possible a god would expand it?
Is that a good thing?
I don't know. I guess actually
I'd think
test
so.
if that's how that would work. Can I try and think of the city we're in? And
The
the
indicator
Wayfinder
is like just kind of randomly pointing at things around you. I'm not sure if it's indicating the city, because you're also not quite sure what this place is or what it's called or where it is, other than it's Seer.
okay.
Your objective tracker is confused. He didn't teach you quest, by the way, but you might learn that later. People can use the spell marker and mark themselves as approachable for a quest in case they have stuff they want other people to do, and it appears in form of an exclamation point above their head.
Yeah,
I guess if we're on Seer, we might want to figure out where on Seer we are, so
Fair
we
enough.
try and figure out from there where we might want to go.
Who you asking?
I'll go find that guard we talked to earlier.
He's still on duty.
Nice.
He kind of, oh no, as you approach. They've been in there for like an hour. Yes, how can I help you?
Hey, where are we?
What do you mean?
Where are we?
What country is
you
What's
are
the name of this
on
place? What
Seer.
part of Seer are we on?
You don't know what kingdom you're in?
Look, man, we got here an hour ago.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you, man. I was drunk the entire time coming over on the boat.
He never understands what's going on. He's still lost. He's double lost.
Well, I suppose let me be the first to welcome you to the Halfang Kingdom.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, my goodness.
Fuck.
That's probably not good, is it?
He's also probably confused when he says the Halfang Kingdom, and all four of us go, oh, fuck.
I take it we're not well regarded in other lands.
No, it's not that. Not
Yeah.
really.
Strange situation there. What part of Seer are we in?
Ah, well, we are south of the Eye. He pauses, waiting for recognition. No? It looks like a little hat.
Oh, Wizard's Peak?
He looks at you weirdly.
Hold on. I'll just pull out a piece of paper and draw
Wait, I
what I think he's talking
have
about.
maps.
Or we have
Hold
a
on.
map, yeah.
I have maps.
You have a wildly inaccurate map.
If
I
I
look at it and be like, you have been scammed, sir.
I have these two different maps, does he recognize anything on these two maps?
Well, the comments are the same. And this is, and he'll point at Wizard's Peak and he says, I don't know what they were smoking, but that's the Eye. He'll point down to Grinholt. This is the city of Halfing. He'll point off to the west to Keenla, and this is the Confederacy of Keenla. And to the east, he stares at Avgard for a moment. The independence of Avgard, but that's completely in the wrong place. And he'll go on to describe a couple of other places that are similar, but not the same.
Helpful, I guess.
Yeah.
If you point out where the Godwood should be, he'll say, "Oh, the Old Wood."
Oh.
It's not the Lauren Confederacy?
Yeah.
It's not
I
a
think-
big,
I think we're the only world that has the Lorens in it.
Probably.
there's not a big red just zone here?
Mm.
No, it's quite calm and tame out there. Why?
Hmm.
Yeah.
This being... well,
if you
no,
go into the old wood, what happens? Is it spooky in there?
I've heard a couple of children tell tales of ghosts and whatnot, but other than the occasional wild boar and elk,
All right, so that's
like any
I
other
guess
place.
is there any landmark, or like anywhere that we remember going to in our world that's within 100 miles of about where we are?
Let's...
Are we...
You're back.
Are we where Grenholt used to be, or should be, or...
we're where Grenholt should be. But now it is the
you-
kingdom of Halfang.
Yes. You're in the Kingdom of Halfing, to the southeast of Grinholt, and what used to be Rockdale. It is no longer called Rockdale. It's called Silverfang. Within 100 miles of you, eh? One moment. So If I were to draw a circle. Okay. So places that you've been within 100 miles of Rockdale. Of course, Grinholt, although that's not the name for the place now. And does it actually reach within 100? Yes. Wait, hang on. Give it its scale. Sorry, I'm doing thumb measures. The correct way to read maps. Like a merchant. Yep. The Godwood would be within that 100. Wizard's Peak would not. Ferris Peak would be just the edge of it, which means that the Hall of Forgotten Woe would be technically on the border. There's also to the east the Giant's Anvil, although now you don't even know what that is anymore, because maybe that's not even there now. What do you know?
Yeah, so at this point we might try and go to what we know as the Godwood and see what's there.
I'm down.
I mean, it's within 100 miles of where we landed, and is pertinent to stuff like that.
Yeah, fair enough. You guys just want to get on the road and walk up there?
Yeah, I guess so.
Road. It's still the King's Road, by the way. Yeah, sure. The road extends now from Rockdale to the King's Road, so you can just take a right and start going north. To your miraculous amazement, you arrive there at 7, which was a journey that used to take you like 2 weeks. Granted, you'll have to get off the road and then take a little bit of a detour, but it's only like 30 minutes down from where you are here. But importantly, there's no multicolour hue to any of the trees there. They're all just oak. You do see some smoke rising from within the forest.
Guess let's head towards that.
Fair enough.
And or we could head towards where Whisper of the Leaves should be.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's the same direction, but
I think we would actually passed by that, like gone past it to get to the Godwood.
Yep.
From Rockdale. I'd say let's check the Godwood first, because that seems more likely to me, at least. Especially since it seems weird.
Okay. Off to the Godwood then. You approach the forest edge, and Kios, there is no border here. It doesn't exist. There's no threshold to cross. No divine protection.
You're
You're not sure whether to believe it.
gonna go out on a limb and say that's probably not good.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess my hunch that it expanded might be right.
Some of the way in, you see what appears to be a large bird hunched over a fire.
I'll shout hello to the bird, I guess. Call out hello.
You will look up with a "Ma!" A striking brass headdress, and with strangely normal arms.
Ew, that motherfucker, that guy's ugly, dude.
I like that guy.
I don't like him at all.
He'll
Look
raise
at
a hand.
that.
He has a tiny little crown.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
And he'll correct himself. Hello, friends.
Howdy.
Hello.
He'll tilt his head, looking at you with his 7 eyes. For what have you come to these old bones? Here to have some secrets, power, revenge, perhaps. With every statement, he moves his head jerkily a bit.
What happened to the Godwood? Is there any spooky trees here?
Godwood. There is no such thing as a Godwood.
That's what you fucking think, you little bitch.
Hey, no being rude to people. You're the
Well,
party
he's being
face.
an ass! He's disrespecting my deity, dude.
I disrespect your ass.
Is there something I can do for you, gentlemen? Surely you've come for something.
I don't like him, dude.
Looking for a god from our world.
Ah, the business of gods, eh? You've come to the right place, then.
Why's that?
Well, I myself am one. It states proudly, erecting itself some. Surely you have heard of me.
We're not from here.
What fun
Ah.
music is this?
Gods aren't allowed to be birds where we come from.
That is a shame.
There.
Is that
There
true?
is nothing more exhilarating.
I mean, there's an R.
He's not a god, though.
Huh.
He's just friends with Zahulu.
That's true.
Speaking of which, he will hold out his hand, and if you would dare shake this old codger's hand, I am Zahulu.
Huh.
Bastard.
You're way better than our Zahulu. You're also not dead.
Dead.
Where's that?
None would dare strike
get
me
stabbed
down.
by the
I'm too useful.
7.
Yeah, but I thought he was just in like some kind of catatonic like.
Yeah,
He's
he
in
was-
a permanent
he was
depression
before he got
zone.
Into space when we were
Okay.
trying to use him to make the contract.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
resides in his depression cave forever. It's pretty much how Zulu works.
I guess it's the Hulu, so it's not like you could pray to him and tell, because he'd just ignore you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand, I guess.
Huh, that's delightful. He'll energetically shake with both of his hands. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I actually really like this Zahulu. I mean, he's still a bit of a dick, and I don't like looking at him, but I do like this Zahulu a little bit more.
Well then, on to business then. The affairs of gods, yes? What is it that you're seeking?
We're seeking the Althara from our world. I think she's been kidnapped.
Your world? He tilts his head.
Yeah, we're not from here, but not like traveled somewhere on a boat. More like traveled perpendicular to that.
Are you one of your Mrs. Sect, eh? I didn't expect to see her kind here again. I thought that they'd been all driven off by that old coot. It's a pleasure to see you back on this world.
Thanks, man.
Kind of a depressing one you come from, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the sun did
ours
try to
isn't.
explode for a
Sun
little
hasn't
bit.
Oh, you're from beyond that old coot's lands, are you? Even more daring than I supposed. True adventurers, then.
Thanks, man.
I'd be delighted to assist you in whatever you're seeking, especially the whereabouts of a god. Though, of course, if you're in need, I am more than willing to bestow my blessings on you.
Can you quick
Probably declined the blessing, mainly just because our Zahulu was a bit of a dick. Yeah, sure.
He is secrets, tricks, and shadows.
I've already shaken his hand. It's too late. Yeah, nobody else shake his hand.
Oh, don't be so nervous. I wouldn't have many repeat visitors if I did any harm to my guests.
This seems like a lady spawn situation where you agree to one thing and then you get fucked into doing something else.
I promise you that any agreements we come to will be most equitable for you.
I mean, I've already shaken your hand, so I'm in for a penny, in for a pound, but,
Nonsense. Simply a greeting. Means nothing, but except it means a lot to me, of course. Well, not many folk dare come to a wood where a strange seven-eyed bird stares at them, even in the guise of a god. I'm a bit strange and queer for the folk around here. It's nice to meet people with some open minds for once. Although, I suppose I shouldn't be so surprised given whom you follow. Then, to business. Which god is it that you're seeking again?
Althara, and then kind of Felinor, but mostly Althara.
Ooh, I would not go to Felinor if I were you, if I could avoid it.
Yeah, we don't want to, but he's also missing, so,
Missing? Someone stole Felinor?
that's what we...
Impressive. I suppose he must have been in one of his dull speeches and dozed off to the point that someone was able to nab him, eh?
Maybe, or some idiots hypothetically signed a contract that bound the gods, but probably the speech.
Ooh, that is quite the feat, even around here. Well, Altharin. Let's see what I can do. He will stamp his staff on the ground, and shadows will kind of spill out and wave through the surroundings. Now, I'm not quite as young as I used to be, so this can take a moment. I apologize. He closes 3 of his eyes as he's concentrating on it. Althara. Well, what I can tell you, he says, as all the shadows back into the staff, is that she is being protected by another. If I were to make a guess, and though I am not a betting god, I have learned from the best, and what they would say is that she's being held by Lycos. Yes, I feel that portfolio at the edges of my vision. He and I are unfortunately not very good terms, but I could still seek an audience if you prefer.
Yeah, it might be easier than trying to track him down.
No, of course.
What's his portfolio here, even? I imagine still miss something, but you can't be secrets.
I doubt he would tell you. Though, he says, as he looks down to your waist, perhaps he wouldn't have to. You're a curious sort, he says as he looks over your equipment. Well, regardless, he says as he moves past the subject. Now, I can call the man here, of course, but he may not be happy. Would that be all right with you?
Probably.
What did we think of Lycos before he joined the Lauren? I don't really remember. Was he
We're
friendly?
all right with him. Yeah. The other party, the first party, was on decent terms with him, I think.
I think so.
Because I think he helped us get out of God Court.
Now, do mind that he is in a bit of a mood lately, so try not to upset him. He is a dour man, and you don't want to speak with him at length if you can avoid it, lest his mood infect you. But I'm sure you'll be fine. You seem straight and to the point, narrow sorts of folk.
Thanks.
Well then. He will stab his staff into the ground and reach into the grass and... Oh, I should have stretched first. And reach down with his other arm and then start pulling. The ground is starting to crack and break. I've almost got him. Oh, he must be in the middle of something dreadful. He really doesn't want to come. And he'll yank, in an explosion of dirt, another god from the ground. Not as you remember him. Ah, there you are, Lycos. Now why would you deny your old grandfather a visit, eh? Man, I was busy. He stops and looks at all of you. And who are you?
Friend?
This is your boy.
We gotta ask you some questions.
I'm most certainly not your father, he says pointedly.
I'll detect divinity on this guy too, I guess.
He is justice and travel.
Huh.
And he returned.
Yeah,
No mist.
that's weird. Yeah, I guess I'll explain that we're from another world and they're looking for a kidnapped god, and the Birdman says that you have him, or are hiding him.
He'll narrow his eyes. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. He focuses his eyes on Kios's ring. And if I did, I wouldn't be discussing it with you. I'm aware.
So who?
Well, there's nothing preventing you from doing so.
Well, yeah, but we can't go home until we get our god back.
Perhaps you should pray more.
Yeah, but they aren't.
The-
They've been kidnapped.
Yeah, the one we want, the one that we could pray to find, that's the whole issue, is we can't.
We
Just
I'll
pray
tell you what.
really. If we
He
pray to
stiffens.
Althara right now, do we sense anything? I mean,
I
apparently,
mean, they'd probably go to this world's altar if there was one.
Mhm.
if
most likely.
Lycos is hiding here,
Actually,
then
interesting that thinking of travel pointed at the guy's Althara symbol when she doesn't have travel in this world, or presumably doesn't. Maybe he is her.
I'll tell you what, gentlemen. If you want to really get reunited with your god, I'll see what I can do. But I am going to make it a trial. And it'll be a simple one. All you have to do is stay here for 3 days.
like with Zahulu,
No?
Yeah.
I will do nothing toward you, nor advise anyone do the same. Nor shall my father. You can do whatever you like, of course. I shall not impede or restrict you in any way. Long as it's been 3 days.
I mean, 3 days in this world?
Yeah, wait, is it 3 days at this exact spot or 3 days?
Wherever you like to spend them, in transit or sedentary. The only
Okay.
requisite is that you stay 3 days.
In this world?
Three
I
days.
have nothing to do with your Althara.
Well,
I
then
mean,
wait, how do you fulfill your end of the deal if you don't have anything to do with her?
I know some people. I suppose you could say so, insomuch as you have much to do with your father in this world, and that there is some small link. He raises his eyebrow. Chipmunks?
Long story. Don't
What a
ask.
strange world. Nonetheless, I shall do nothing to your Althara. I shall not attempt to seek her, nor delay you from being reunited should I be able to find her, and I shall not impede nor restrict you in any way until those 3 days have passed. And even then, that would depend on your conduct. As to whether or not you would be able to return to your home within 3 days, you would know that better than I.
I picked up most of that, and it's probably not terrible. Yeah, I mean, he's probably gonna double cross us, but yeah, I mean, worst case, him double crossing us is still probably a step closer. Yeah, I guess I'm down for agreeing with Lycos's gambit. I don't think this one is gonna care.
He will indicate that he does not care.
Mm.
I don't even know the man.
Of course I know him, he's me.
It's probably a similar situation to how the other versions of us that we met came and tried to kill us. So,
Mm.
But they were the evil versions.
well, yeah, but this guy's kidnapped a god or knows somebody who has. He can't be the good version.
All
Okay,
the
I mean,
gods.
okay, but
Okay,
I mean,
consider the.
consider what we've done in the past. I mean, I don't know.
Let's consider the following: every god or deific figure we've met in this universe, and frankly, all the people have been pretty nice to us. Are we the evil ones of this? We're the evil twins in this
And
universe.
we are the evil twins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna spend our 3 days parked right outside our fucking egg.
What if we spend it doing adventures? We could make money.
That's how we either die or get trapped in this world. That's
Possible.
what
He'll
we
say
find
that
the benefit of not being able to go to other world.
if you
Well,
can
I mean-
survive here for 3 days and rest here for 3 days, then I will know that you have sufficiently understood this world, such to the point that I would be willing to aid you. If you fail to do so, then I shall know that you don't understand this world. Yes, to rest for 3 days.
Yeah, I think those go hand in hand.
Can't understand a ton if you're dead.
It works by Temple of Elemental Evil rules. Every time you rest, there's a die percentile chance of monsters just suddenly popping up next to you. And if you go back to sleep, then they just get another chance to roll. Rogues!
Yeah,
Occasionally, everyone just has to stab things around them.
there's too many dark corners.
Oh god, it better not be Minecraft rules. This world is fucked.
I need to buy significantly more torches.
Yes. Fuck spawns!
Uh,
Yeah,
The
so I
kingdom of
figured
fuck spawns.
9 billion torches and carpets.
we can sit outside our fucking spaceship and just
We have
kind
an
of.
army of cats.
Ugh.
An army of cats. Army. Yeah. Those are his conditions. All you have to do is just rest for 3 days.
How do
That
we
will
find
satisfy.
him after 3 days? Or does he find us? And how do we know he's gonna find us?
He says as he takes an
Give us the
overdrive.
coin.
Oh,
Give us a coin to bite on.
Look, we've had a lot of gods in our world that are
Sure.
huge fucking dicks.
just pray to me. I'll hear it.
If I just
Alright.
start praying to him right now. the
Yes, I
spirit-
hear you. He said.
Perfect.
As you pull out your cell phone and call his number in front of him.
I gotta make sure he didn't hand me a false number. I put it in my phone just to make sure I put it in correctly, you know?
We're sorry, the god that you have dialed is no longer in service.
He pranked us. All the prayers have gone into Arlycos, and he's pissed when we get back.
Why do you keep calling me? I can't even hear you. It's static.
I don't even know where the hell you were.
The GPS said, as the location.
They said it was a secret, which was really fucking weird, because that's my job.
Tell me what it is, and it said no. I'm so confused. Am I wrong? So yeah, that's his conditions. All you have to do is just rest for 3 days, and you can pray at him, and then he'll just arrive, and then he'll do you your favor.
Alright.
There,
This is
is
when
that
we
your
find out we're in a time loop and the days never pass.
I mean,
But we won't find any of that out until we try and rest the first time.
Yeah, I was to say that there's nothing like you don't really have an option. So, as far as this path goes,
Yeah.
Now, if you'll allow me to return to my services, I was in the middle of disciplining a Varakan,
A what?
and I would like to return to that.
okay.
That's worrying.
I hear no objections, and so I shall take my leave. Thank you, mortals, as he dives back into the ground. He's not much one for goodbyes. He's a bit sheltered, you know. Well, now you do.
We didn't fault Vosham for Kurno Voss, so I don't think we can fault Zahulu for Lycos.
Eh,
There are too many other things to fault Zulu for.
Makes you wonder who the mother is.
eh.
He'll crook his head a bit and say, "Don't take his task too lightly, you know." Well, you might find it difficult to get a night's sleep here. I recommend speaking to the church. You'll find out.
Because
Like
that
that.
takes the fun out of it.
You said it's not as fun.
I mean,
No, there's always time for fun. If you're not having fun in life, what's the point in living? Well, and here's where our opinions part.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's head back to a city and figure out what the hell we're doing. Yeah.
Of course, I'll see you around soon, I'm sure. Don't
It's
leave
not
an
a
old
good
man
thing.
in the woods too long here.
I'll
Only
hand
3
Birdman a
days.
business card too. Seems like a nice guy.
Nice.
Reynal, as you're walking away, a thought occurs to you. There's no Vaharano. If there's no Vaharano,
Yeah.
there's no dreams.
Night's
Yeah.
rest. You need to just be knocked unconscious.
You don't know. It's starting to become an existential terror of wait. I just had the equivalent of not knowing that I don't know how to breathe.
Mm.
Yeah, let's get to a city and figure out what's happening. Or
Fair
how
enough.
we're supposed to sleep.
Well,
if there is sleep.
unfortunately, it takes about 7 hours to get back, and about by the third hour, it is 10 o'clock. Do you wish to press on throughout the night?
No, I guess we're gonna try and sleep. Yeah.
Can you still open up a portal to Chance's mansion, or
Nope. Doesn't work.
That was quick.
unfortunate?
You try it and it's like, nope,
Wait, can you gate?
nope, doesn't work.
Okay.
It must work differently here. But you're not sure what it does. Yeah. So you set up camp. I won't require a roll, Marv. You're good enough at covering this thing. You've got so much practice. It's just a thing by rote now. You guys find a tiny little cave off the road. Make your den there for the night. Kind of sucks not having a resplendent manor, but whatever. It's not like you guys were like dying on the road before you had access to comforts for travel.
We
You still have your tent with all the writing on the interior.
Oh yeah. Also, I guess sanctify our campsite for
Good news, it's already sanctified once you set up your tent.
perfect. Works even better than it used to.
It's all the words and prayers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like yeah. In
Lots
a
of prayers.
freaking universe where you can cast spells just by willing them into existence, I feel like a bunch of freaking like writing about gods and prayers and everything all over the wall is going to just be like anything that even thinks the word evil is just going to, their mind is going to melt.
You just put up a big "No Evil Allowed" sign. So you set up for the night, give them your rolls, and close your eyes. And nothing happens.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's like your brains just don't want to stop. They're constantly latching onto something. And every time it feels like you're about to doze off, you reach this... It's like a yawn, except you can't yawn. It's just there. Extremely annoyingly there. You're dream constipated.
Can I like medically put him to sleep? Drug him into
So that's a weird
unconsciousness?
thing. So you're like, all right, we're gonna take the medical route then. You find some herbs that should nicely knock the fuck out of somebody who's willing to be administered it. And you get some smelling salts just in case. And you knock them out. However, here's the weirdness. Whomever is being knocked out, you're basically now just stuck in that state where you're unable to move your body, but you're still awake.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Sleep paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You hope not.
Yeah.
Well, so that didn't work. Kios can't gate, so we can't try and tear a hole into a different reality and take shifts being in this one. Because it's nighttime. I guess, yeah, we can't sleep anyways, so.
Well, if we're going off of
No, you can't get fatigued from spells. You can probably still get fatigued from being tired.
if we're going off Minecraft rules, are there any hostile entities within about a 300-foot radius?
You haven't learned that spell.
You can just will it into existence, surely.
That would actually be the worst for you, Kios, because if spells do work on putting people to sleep and giving them dreams, that would mean that you can't.
Yeah.
You can't be put to sleep through fatigue. Given that this is coming from your ring, you're wondering if this is a curse that was acquired in this world.
I mean, I can cast Remove Curse at 5th level.
It is not sufficient.
Got it.
Wow, okay.
Does that still use the charge of it?
Yeah.
To figure out? Okay.
It will just fail. It doesn't matter what you roll. It's not sufficient. You're somewhat close to being able to do so on a natural 20.
Huh.
It is a tough one.
Alright, yeah, I guess in that case, let's just keep on traveling since can't do anything else.
All right, you pack up your camp and roll your shoulders and put on your boots and get back on the road, marching out into the night. About 1 in the morning, you see some smoke on the horizon of a nearby campsite. I'm assuming you guys are making your way back to Silverfang.
Yeah.
On the way down this Rockdale.
Yeah, I guess if there's a campsite, we'll stop and ask them. Maybe they know how to sleep.
They are asleep.
Huh.
I'm gonna wake them up.
No, don't wake them up, probably. Are they... I guess we have bedrolls, so it's not like you need a bed to sleep.
Yep. It's not as comfortable as a bed, of course, but it's good enough. Hasn't stopped you before, at the least.
Yeah, I guess let's just keep going.
Fair enough. You leave the camp behind, somewhat envious of their ability to sleep, and continue down the road. And you walk until morning. It is now 7 in the morning as you finish your walk to Rockdale. And you are all tired. Everyone is fatigued one. Your feet are sore, your muscles are wound tight, and just generally you're kind of drowsy. As you make your way to the same guard that was there yesterday, he looks over at you. You guys all right?
How the hell do you sleep here?
How do you sleep?
It doesn't work.
In a bed? He says.
I guess we'll ask the church. It's where fucking Birdo said to go to.
Haka will be there. And will, oh gods, he says as he sees you're all haggard, and he's particularly worried about Kios.
Yeah, how do
Are
we
you all right,
sleep?
sir? Sleep. Well, usually in a bed. Why?
Sleep machine
we-
broke.
We can't? Yeah, sleep machine broke.
Sleep
Even-
machine?
Even medically trying to fucking knock them out, they don't go out.
Medically knock them out?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I've never heard of such a thing. I apologize.
Well, do you have... Is there a god that controls dreams in this world?
Dreams?
Yeah. Close your eyes,
I-
see pictures.
Sorry, I've never. I've heard folk consume mushrooms that purport similar effects.
Where the mushrooms at? Hand them over.
Uh, he pauses and I apologize, but this word that you're using is not familiar to me. I don't know the language it's from. What does dreams mean in Taksha, the common language?
Dreams are dreams. Matt's
Sleep
Matt.
images? I don't know.
Like hallucinations? His eyes widen. Wait. I'm sorry. I don't. Chemicals?
Oh,
Yes, we don't need the Wikipedia page. We're good.
This man doesn't know what chemicals are.
oh.
I suppose we have some alchemists, yes, although... Ah, that's...
Automatic
Clear.
brain magic.
You don't need to teach him
His
chemistry.
eyes are glazing over.
We just need to figure out how to go to sleep, Kias, not how to fucking teach people things.
Honestly, I don't need dreams. I just need sleep.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know quite what you're speaking about. Perhaps an alchemist may know?
Look,
Oh.
Zahulu said go to the church, alright?
Yeah.
I don't think the church does much alchemy, though.
Zahulu
Yeah, no,
said
the
to go to
alchemy
sleep,
part
go to
isn't
the
important.
church.
That's Kias being Kias. The sleep part is the important bit.
Yes, of course, sleeping, yes. Why? Are you having trouble?
We've been
Oh,
over
sure.
this.
It's your
That's
curse,
sleep.
isn't it? Oh, you
No,
poor
it's
soul.
not just
Because it's all of us.
Oh. That's curious. Well, how to describe this? Well, how do you normally sleep?
Lay
Where
down.
you're
That stop thinking bit.
I sit at my computer until I pass out from exhaustion.
His face pales. Are you meaning to say you die every night?
Kind of.
No.
It's like a little mini
Well,
death.
It's a happy death.
You come very, very close to death, but not quite.
Your brain
Goddamn.
functions go down a lot. You stop breathing so much. Your heartbeat goes down. You know, normal
It's the
stuff.
best possible thing to do. It's amazing.
Whatever country you're from, he is now convinced that you guys are all hardcore. Well, I can't say that we die every night. But we do have the night prayer, I suppose.
A night prayer.
Okay, yeah, what is that?
Well, it's like putting the moon in your head.
Okay.
What?
Continue.
You take the moon, and you take the moon.
We can do either. Worst case, we'll go back to the fucking moon if we need to. We have the moon lantern. Well, I guess we don't have gate, but we can figure something out.
Well, everyone's night prayer is a bit different. It depends on your personality. It's like, say, It's like a nickname, right? Your friends tend to give it to you.
Give us a night prayer, please.
I call Chaos a dick. Is that his night prayer?
Just continuously say to yourself, Chaos is a dick, Chaos is a dick, Chaos is a dick.
It might work.
Well, it's like that, but how to? He launches into a short diatribe about how the night prayer is individual to a person. It's like a poem that you just kind of know from birth. You might not know it, but once you start like kind of humming the tune, so to speak, you'll just find that it's in there. And then once you found it, you can just kind of will your body to restore itself.
Oh, I see.
Puts
So
you to sleep, or
Kios, actually, both Kios and Reynal, you can both give me a check, respectively, occultism and religion, to kind of try to piece together what this guy's saying. Kios, this is you're a master of occultism, and this is still too obscure for you. You're like trying to interpret a spell from 3 layers of poetry, and it's infuriating. The man just won't talk straight, either because he can't or because the concept is too abstract. Reynal, you get the opposite, weirdly, information, in that this man is describing a prayer, more or less, but it's not a prayer, because it's not addressed to anyone.
pray to yourself. Amy, please go to sleep, please.
You think that's kind of it? You think that's weirdly sort of it? Yeah.
I mean, if we're in some kind of mega godwood, that could make sense.
hit the save and quit button.
You have to. How do you go to sleep? You want to. Wait, how does that work? You just want to. Just do it.
Just hit the button.
How does campaign work?
So yeah, that's your impression. He's talking about a prayer to nobody, and then it just somehow works.
It just works.
TM. Copyright Godwood.
I guess I'm gonna try it. I don't know.
Just right in front of him.
Lay down on the ground and just mutter to myself, "Come on, sleep."
Oh, you're going to get a sore back, he says as he worries over you.
I don't care.
just have been traveling for however long and physically cannot sleep.
It doesn't even need to be horizontal at this point.
All right. Give me a will save. Nope. You're still awake.
Jesus.
You purposely attempt to fail it?
No, in this case.
I guess that's a good question of if we're needing to fail it or if we're needing to pass it. But I guess that's not really something I could ask.
All right, I pull out the tent, pull out the sleeping bag. I try it.
In the church. he will be like, what are you? And then he'll see the writing on the interior of the tent and go, oh.
Yeah, if he pulls out the tent, I will get in the tent and try to lie down and sleep and do the same thing.
These men are crazy. I get it now.
They're insane. That's why they can't sleep.
There's
a perfectly valid reason for this.
It's
I
just
can't think of it right now, but
at this point, this entire world is upside down, and I'm assuming this is completely normal. So I'm just doing it. I'm going with it.
That's fair. You are one with the bum lifestyle. It is who you are.
Indeed.
All right, Marv, you get in there. Give me a will save.
Okay.
So I also do.
Still awake. Still awake.
Right.
Unfortunate. We're either too good or too bad at what we're doing.
I will poke my head out of the tent, look at Haka, and say it doesn't work.
I understand. You just. I mean, babes, when they're young, they tend to have difficulty, and there's lots of crying. But
Okay,
eventually,
well, how do they put babies to sleep?
I want to look Haka directly in the eyes, just like they're real serious, and be like, "Look, man, I've never slept in this world. Please, you gotta help me."
this priest is now worried for his life. I'll see if I can find someone to help you. He says he starts running out.
Great, you scared him away. Now who's gonna try and help us sleep?
He wasn't very much of a help, honestly.
Okay, good point.
You're left to your own devices in the church with your desecration tent set up.
And I'm just,
What? 10, how dare you?
A
I mean,
consecration tent.
guess I'll just like keep trying it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean, it's either that or we turn to cocaine and try and use that to stay awake and get rid of fatigue.
Adderall.
can I?
Yeah.
4 hours will pass,
Jeez.
and you're nowhere closer to being asleep.
All right, so you can choose to fail a roll willingly, right?
Fatigued 2. Yes. in most cases.
Okay. So I have this. Can I do it on myself?
Unfortunately, no, but you could try it on someone else.
I would imagine that this just does the same thing as the medicine.
Just time
Probably.
to sleep. Just reaches up and snaps his own neck.
Forever.
We're just watching. Just Marv's. You good?
No, I
Hey, at
need
this
to
point, I'm willing to
sleep.
try anything.
Mm.
I mean, not that probably. I mean, I assume that one doesn't work.
I mean, I do have smelling salts, so if Marv's does choke somebody out, we can get him back up if it doesn't work.
While we're sleep paralyzed, are our eyes just open wide, just like we can tell like it's not working, or
Yes, you're still awake. You're just not able to move your body easily. It's gone to sleep.
I mean, I feel like if you could like medically put somebody out and then provide that as evidence to Haka that sleep doesn't work.
well, he doesn't know about medically going to
Well,
sleep,
no.
right? Or that
Right, but the fact that somebody is asleep but isn't. I don't know.
I mean,
Maybe we do need an alchemist. I don't know.
it'll probably just look like we're crazy to him, even more so than already.
Especially since we just told him we aren't from here, so he thinks we're from like Montana, not from a different world.
You just walked up to a priest and said, "Hey, yeah, I'm having trouble eating. Huh? Yeah, how do you do it?"
I've never done that thing before. How do you do the eat thing?
I put the food in there and it just
And then
doesn't
you
work.
shove it in your face, and then you don't swallow.
It's just like how do you even describe that? It's like trying to describe colors to people. Like how do you do that?
It is
We
a
tried. We
challenge.
failed.
Hmm.
So yes, a forelong, he does in fact come back with aid. He has went ahead and fetched himself someone from the Adventurers Guild. Because he's not sure what the problem is, but it sounds like it's one of those things that requires an adventurer's assistance. And a familiar yet unfamiliar face appears. Curiously regarding all of you with a... So I'm told you're not able to sleep.
No, this was one of the other people we hired. This was the chosen of Chance, right?
Chance and Blue.
I want to say the name had an X in it, but that's all I can remember.
This is Arzonen Kataf.
Yeah, that doesn't have an X in it, so I did terrible too. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So she walks up and, so I'm told that you don't know how to sleep. Is this some sort of curse or memory spell?
No, we just no, don't.
What? She
Kiosk
looked
bad.
at you with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, I don't remember meeting you.
He does that often.
It's probably because
Look,
we're sleep
yeah,
deprived.
We can't sleep physically. It's not a curse or anything. We checked. It just doesn't work.
You see the ... as she's trying to comprehend what you're saying. All right then. Okay. So I've heard of this in Brennan. What do we do? Well, have you tried running around screaming a lot?
We've been walking for fucking 24 hours.
Quite literally
It's not that
24
we
hours.
aren't tired.
Okay. Have you tried drinking a lot of beer?
Ooh.
Wait.
We have
Ones
not.
that you like. Ones that you like specifically.
No.
Okay,
But
well, hold on. We'll put that on the list. What are your other
Yeah.
suggestions before getting wasted? Because we can't get wasted and then try the other ones.
Well, I could lead you in a prayer to Pyros. Sometimes this can help those who are having difficulty getting to sleep.
I mean, we could try.
No, freedom.
All right,
I mean,
good
it could
enough.
work.
If that fails, then I suppose there's alchemy. There are some brews which help folk who are inconfident in themselves that may assist you.
Wow.
It's like the sleep equivalent of Viagra.
That's not unfair to what she's describing. But truly, you just can't get to sleep.
Correct.
Yeah, Marv, show her. Try and sleep.
Yeah, it's the same. I
She'll
will
not.
get in the tent, lay down, and I will sit there with my eyes closed, and then after about 5 seconds, same thing. Get up, say it doesn't work.
I mean, she intentionally avoids speaking about the interior of the tent.
Long story.
The bedrolls seem fine enough. Is there some task that's weighing on your shoulders? Some quest?
Yeah, our quest is to sleep for 3 days.
Yeah, that's good. That's yes.
Hence the problem.
She tilts her head. That's a sort of a paradoxical quest.
Also?
Well, you need to will yourself to not will yourself to will yourself to sleep.
Correct.
Wait, hold on.
That's a paradox.
Wait, no, we do need to will ourselves to sleep. That's the thing we need to do. Yes,
Well,
sleep.
Yes, you have to want to go to sleep. That's the trouble, of course.
Yeah, I want to
Many
go to
folk
sleep.
have trouble with that, especially in the Adventurers Guild. By no means is it a deficiency. In fact, it means that you are worried often for your peers.
Nah.
Yeah, no. The kiosk would definitely be able to sleep if that was the situation.
Well, have you tried thinking about something that you really want to do while you're trying to sleep?
Really want to sleep.
Other than trying to go to sleep.
That runs counter
Wait, yeah,
to
what
the
do you mean think
objective
about
of
something while
sleeping.
you're sleeping? That's not how that works.
Well, it's often that folk that try too hard to go to sleep are unable to.
Wait a minute.
I mean,
That's genius. Wait, I'm going to lay down in the tent and not try to go to sleep. I will try and just sit there with my eyes open. Because I am willing to try that at this point.
Safe.
Alright.
You're like, fuck it, I'll try anything. I feel like crap, let me sleep. You doze off for like a second and then you're back up.
Alright.
You feel even worse because you had it. You had it. It was right there.
Okay, so we'll just have to try as many as we can at once. So get shit-faced, while praying to Pyros, laying there thinking about something else.
Something other than going to sleep.
Yeah.
it sounds like praying to Pyrrhus with more steps.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why she was saying she might lead you in a prayer to Pyros.
Conduct a freaking ritual sacrifice to Pyros whilst laying in a bedroll.
If I have to kill a man to go to sleep, so be it.
Gotta go sacrifice some like lawmakers or someone real boring or something like that. Just Pyrrhus, please.
Okay, so yeah, let's go change some money into whatever currency we have here, grab our money, and find the nearest bar.
You arrive at the nearest bar at 11:30 a.m.
Is, what's her name gonna come drinking with us?
There are people here. The water supply is usually not the best, and so folk usually just drink the beer, unless they have somebody on staff to do the purification of water and food. But they don't have anybody like that today. A little bit too expensive.
Can just
But-
will magic into existence, but can't cast the water and food spell.
There are some strange limitations and quirks about it. Yeah. You haven't quite fully figured it out yet. It's still a weird shadow silhouette that doesn't quite make sense yet. But they have plenty of drinks on tap. Basically, whatever the barkeep wants to pour, he pours. There are no barrels. There are no glasses on the shelf behind him. He just has mugs and a flask.
Is Haka and what's her name gonna come drinking with us?
Haka will abstain since he's, well, on duty. The worshiper of Pyrrhus will absolutely join you at the bar. There is no better time to join someone than when they're drinking.
11 a.m.
Doesn't matter.
When their only goal to drink is to get as drunk as humanly possible.
She'll walk in and say, "We need something grinning."
Ooh,
Oh, fuck yeah, blood wine, let's blow up our hearts.
let's do it.
Well, that would have the opposite effect, because that's a stimulant.
Yeah.
Well, I guess a heart exploding would probably be a good way to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we get too drunk,
Then you
Sure.
die, maybe,
Yeah,
but
then
you
we
also
just-
might go to sleep.
do some shots of blood wine.
The barkeep will pour something almost sludge-like that smells strongly of exotic fruits, and it has a black, black stuff in it, black little particles. He says they call this forest wine, not account of the color, on account of the method that is gathered. If you need to get drunk quick, this will do it.
Excellent. I'll take 3.
That'll be 20 bars.
Deal.
20. Wait, hold on. 20 bars is 100 silver, so 10
I don't
gold.
have that many. For everybody. I just have enough for me and one other person
20 farthings, yeah.
currently converted.
Okay, how much? That's
I mean, that's twice the cost of the magic, but that's for three mugs of something that would probably kill a man.
This is the mug of the barkeep does not expect you to finish it.
Oh well.
And I've
it
ordered
might,
3 of them.
it might be enough then.
He expects it to be like half drunk and you being like, nope, tapping out.
Okay, so 1 for each of us is what, 6?
Yeah.
So that's
The
40
horse doesn't need
bars?
sleep. The horse will sleep just fine. No
Unfortunately.
problem.
We could talk to the horse, right? Horse, how do you go to sleep?
Yeah.
He just bows his head.
So wise.
Okay, so we need 40 bars, which is 200 silver, 20
Yep.
gold.
Mhm.
Okay, so 20 gold, and then an additional 10% for exchange rates. Let me
22.
get it. 22 gold. I will remove 22 gold from my inventory.
All right. So for the whoever imbibes, first I need a fortitude save to see if you can actually get it in your mouth and swallow.
I'm not even gonna try to like slowly drink this. I'm just I'm just gonna like slam this. I'm not even gonna stop to taste it. I'm just slamming it and
Yeah,
swallowing.
just pinch your nose and.
Mark, you go in there with the intention to do so, but the moment it hits your lips, you're already trying to like cough in involuntarily. Just like, you're like, you have to catch yourself and be like, nope. Go in.
The hero point and boost my my fortitude there, so it's
We're
31.
Hold on, we're trying to do the opposite of that one.
No, we want to be able to drink it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
if you fail this one, you
Oh,
can't
okay.
physically drink
Is
it.
this like a throw up one?
Yeah,
Okay, then yeah, hero points as well.
this is gag reflex.
It's you don't throw it up. You just physically can't get yourself to drink it. Your body's like, no.
That's poison. Don't. Yeah. What are you doing? Stop it.
It's fine. I
You're
can
not
cast
allowed
Cure
to
Poison.
drink Nightshade. I don't care how sleepy you are. No. Yeah, everyone's got it with that. You guys will chug it back. Kios, you can drink as much as you like. Whether that's wise is your discretion. Oh no! Vincent, you can drink however much you like. You can get a second mug.
I am a half Grinning barbarian.
Yep.
I'll
It's
take
for
a
all the
second
people out
mug.
there. You got it.
How much is the second mug? Hold on. On the house, Shirley. He didn't expect this.
No,
Okay.
he did not expect that. Okay, so those of you who imbibed it, you have a -6 to your fortitude saves for the next 8 hours.
Damn. Okay.
But you have a +6 to your will saves.
It's a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know.
Does it
about to
get-
find out.
Does it-
Yeah. Let's all try and pass out at the bar.
Well.
You reach peak drunk mode, which is you believe you're a philosopher. You feel extremely wise as you down this down and go, wait, I understand so many things now. Nothing scares me anymore. You're also immune to the frightened condition for that period of time. It's not that you don't feel the danger of it. You just don't feel it. You're just like, yeah. Stick my hand in this blender, sure. Ah, shit.
Yeah, why not?
Sounds wise.
Well, got chalk some. Ow. She will try and fly you guys off the bar. Your base speeds have been reduced by 15 feet, so she's having to kind of shuffle you all back to the church.
Alright, we'll set up the tent.
I imagine we probably just left the tent set up. We were coming back.
Yes, he's not daring to disturb that tent.
In the tent and
Give me will saves.
Sure thing.
Oh no!
Oh no.
is that a bad thing or I mean I guess it is a bad thing.
Yeah, that's probably a bad thing.
Oh no! Yes, you're out. You're done.
didn't add the +6 to yours, right?
Oh,
yours is
yeah,
level
no,
39.
Yeah, it's a 39.
So we have 40, 39, 38. We're about to see.
Mm.
Kios is asleep. Everyone else is awake.
Alright, well, we figured it out.
This is your mastery paying off. Being like, no, I'm going to sleep. I'm so drunk.
I drank 2 of them and it didn't help. I can't sleep still.
Wait, hold on, I got it. I just gotta do one of those things that constantly knocks me unconscious. Marvs, where's the hilt to the other blood of Aravis? Oh, no, after eating.
You don't want to do that. It'll target you. Wake up. Kios will straight up murder you.
Oh, God.
Avoiding the danger of waking the sleeping murderer that is Kios. You elect to not do so. But nonetheless, yes, you're now at a crossroads where, oh shit, the beer didn't work. Reynal, in your case, it's worse. You're more awake than you were before, but just as tired. You've
Just
got that
tired
energy drink
faster.
going on. You're no longer you're not smart faster. You're just stupid faster.
You just pulled an all-nighter and then drank a full pot of coffee.
Yep. That's what.
That's actually how I was this morning.
Yep. You know exactly where your character's feeling right now.
Yep.
I,
Like, let it end. You have learned to not underestimate the gods of this world. And have a newfound appreciation for Varano, I imagine.
Yeah, probably.
So, what does the rest of the party wish to do about your sleeplessness?
I'm looking at Miss Pyrrhus Worshipper here, like, you said this would work.
yeah, I'm just going to, like... hold on, what do I have in my... Hold on.
You have any other ideas, Miss Pyrrhus Worshipper? I mean, the cursed one got to sleep.
I can't believe the drink didn't work. She looks at Reno. You drank so much of it.
Yeah, I'm fucking aware.
I drank 2 whole glasses.
I know. She's equally aghast at Vincent. I guess maybe it doesn't work as well on Grinnin.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Grinning.
continue lying there, just repeating the word Pyros in my head until I fall asleep.
Unfortunately,
Or
it didn't work. Alright, so she is going to lead you guys in prayer. This will require a religion check.
Oh no.
Going for it.
Have we met Pyrrhus on these characters we had? Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, other than her trying to destroy the world with fireballs.
Yeah, we went and chatted with her after
Okay,
we made her
yeah,
retire.
after. Before that, did we meet her?
Nope.
I don't think so. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh no, Reno!
Unfortunate.
The cannon is failing you!
This
Jesus.
could go better for any of us, honestly.
Well, she's kind of like trying to entreat you to be free to pursue the things that you want to do, and to ignore today and seek tomorrow, and those sorts of aphorisms. It's not working.
It doesn't
Mark.
feel like it's working.
You can make an attempt if you prefer.
What, another will save, you mean?
A religion.
Religion, gotcha. There you go.
You're doing pretty well, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Nice and trained. This is where your untrained improvisation's really coming in. Like, I know a few parts of religious hymns. So that doesn't work, and so she's like, "All right. Well, we could try to tire you out some more, although it's going to hurt some."
I've never slept in this world.
I was about to
so
say,
tired.
I guess plan B is beat the piss out of each other till somebody falls unconscious.
How many levels of exhaustion until you just drop dead? What are we at now, 2?
They're unfortunately here's the real kicker. Fatigued will not kill you.
I
Oh.
think
It
I
just
think
gets worse.
I think it just at some point you can't move, but it doesn't kill you.
Someone's gonna have to force feed us alcohol at that point.
It's a -1 to status penalty to AC and saving throws. You can't use exploration activities while traveling, such as those in the exploration sheet. Which means, unfortunately, in this world, the longer that you're unable to sleep, the harder it is to go to sleep.
We just drink more alcohol? I mean... Maybe? Can we get more drunk than we are now before dying?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
She will lead you guys in some athletic exercises. Basically, she's going to get you guys to do some burpees.
I'm so good at athletics.
Which is the worst with how drunk you are. It's just the worst.
I'll just keep falling on your face trying to do it, yeah.
You feel like you're either trying to work out or trying to knock yourself out in equal measure. So this is an athletics check.
Okay.
Come on, athletics, don't fail me now. This is the one thing.
Marv's
One
is out.
thing.
Vincent is out. Reynold, you're still up.
Oh, we're out?
Marv's
We're
just
asleep?
kind of falls over and starts snoring. So does Vincent.
Thank you, Pyros. Thank you, Pyros Worshiper.
Reynold, you're in a bit of a dilemma now. Nothing seems to have worked.
So
We have to do this for the next 2 days, right?
Yeah, so how to go to sleep, plan A is get really, really drunk and then exercise a lot.
And then pray and hope that one works. So far, at the point, if none of them work, who knows?
Reynold, there is a measure of last resort. She says, well, I suppose we've exhausted all alternative options. I suppose you could pray to the gods for divine assistance. Sometimes they assist those who are desperate, though often it involves some sort of trade.
It's good enough at this point.
They wait until you're broken, and then they come with the contracts.
Fucking exactly.
All right, give me a religion, and who are you targeting? Vaharano is not an option.
I mean, it worked last time I tried to pray, so I guess I'm just gonna go with the Oramis first and hope that one works.
It's an interesting one. It doesn't work, though.
Got it. I guess at that point I'm just gonna pick one at random. I guess Kagosho first? Somewhat of a relationship with a Kagosho.
Fair enough. Give me a religion. Ooh. Busy signal.
I mean, at this point, anyone who isn't related to Lycos that I know of, except Felnor, now.
Now it's time for justice. Except it's not justice, because I don't have that portfolio in this world. Makes you wonder what Felnor has in this world if he's not justice, because he's so justice in your world. Then choose high or low.
I'll go with low since that's what I've been rolling. Nope.
Okay. You try a number of other gods. Althara doesn't listen. Zahulu doesn't pick up. Kagosho, you got the busy signal for. Solanos does not care. The most not cares. Sashula laughs at you. And you're down to Vosham and Felonor.
Sleeping's kind of like dying. I guess I'll go for Vosham.
Who is between Vosham and Pyrrhus? Who's the one that you would like to contact the least?
I mean, I've already tried Pyrrhus and that didn't work, so I guess I'm gonna go with Vosham. Or try and go for Vosham.
Okay. You pray to Vosham. Desperate. It's been like 30 minutes of please, dear gods. Someone. Anyone. I need to sleep. This is torture. The gods being like, what are you talking about? You can't sleep. Just go to sleep. Stop pestering me. And then you suddenly have a vision. You're not sure if you're asleep or you're hallucinating. But suddenly she's just there in front of you. A little too close. She doesn't say anything, though. She's waiting for you to continue.
I guess, yeah, I'll continue. I'll explain the situation. Give her a spark notes.
She tilts her head. And places her hand on your shoulder, and then with her other hand starts pulling out a sheet of paper.
Is this a sheet of paper from me, or like she's pulling something out from her robes or something?
From her robes.
Okay.
At first you're like, oh no, it's an actual literal contract, and it appears to be one. Written in flowy script in red ink, and signed with a stamp at the bottom, in her own skull-like relief. No scythe bones on this one, just a skull. Half skull at that. But you're confused as you start actually reading it. And it's like a letter of thanks. It basically boils down to, oh hey, so I just looked into your history and you haven't like robbed any graves and you haven't been mean to any spirits. You're actually really kind of awesome. So yeah, I'm just gonna do this for you. P.S. Vote Vosham. And then you're up. Several hours pass. And you awaken with one less fatigued. All of you, that is.
Mm.
Not on you. It's worn off by now. And now the night is frightening, and it's coming.
What a horrible
And we will
night to
deal with
have
that next
a
week. Where night 2 looms, and the preparations thereof for it. How are you guys liking your adventures in the Aether so far?
Oh, alright. Huh.
It's definitely a world. This is the high fantasy version of Sir Zonk. Where the normal one that you're from is low fantasy, where magic is rare and hard to come by, and generally secretive and exclusive. This is out in the open and everybody does it, and even pugilists know a few spells. There are some further complications and interesting quirks about it, of course, but we'll get to those next week. So, I thought it might be interesting to have an unconventional challenge. But that is an actual, like, 4 written rule. Vaharana does not exist in this world, and so dreams don't either. No, actually. They were going to be on the fly. depending on what you guys did. I figured that you guys might be desperate enough to just say gods.
Yep.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I rolled above like a 5 for
No,
trying to fall asleep there.
it was getting real bad, and it's one of those situations which were like, what do I do when I'm out of options? What do I do? Is the rest of my life just going to be I can't go to sleep and get progressively worse forever?
Yeah, honestly, at that point, if the gods didn't work, I was just gonna try and punch myself into unconsciousness.
Sadly, would just send you to sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
Sleep madness is an actual thing in this world that happens occasionally.
Hmm.
It usually happens to those who are god cursed, though. That's why the priest was like, "Are you sure you don't want me to get rid of this?" Yeah. Two's not bad. 3 is misery. Once it gets to that like 30th hour. Oh well, if you guys had like insulted him, if you'd like insulted him or been like, "I'm gonna attack you," he'd have been like, "All right, a week."
Yeah,
Just
I was about to say I've done before, like if you can get any sleep, like even if it's a small amount, you can probably make it a while. It'll be miserable. Yeah, like I had a robotics competition that went for a week at for the world's competition, and over the course of that week, I think I got uh, 14 hours of sleep for like a full 7 days.
Oof.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
fucking exhausted by the end of it, but I made it to the end without, fully losing my mind.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oof. I mean, I guess that's better than writing German for code. Yeah, I think at my robotics competition, there's one point where like it was the middle of a day, and I just handed somebody else on the team like $40 and told them to go buy me as much coffee as they could. And then I drank $40 of coffee in like 30 minutes. I mean, this was like convention center coffee, so it was like 4 cups.
Yeah. Longest I've ever stayed up, and this is like I had no more than like caffeine, but I only stayed up till like about I want to say 8 a.m. and I can still function, but it is not very well.
The longest
The
I've
thing.
stayed up without caffeine probably about 30 hours. With caffeine, maybe like 40? No,
Mm.
probably more than that. Maybe like 45.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Get wrecked.
Absolutely no sympathy. um. Oh, by the way, don't worry about applying it if you've already jumped out. Successfully sleeping through the first night is 80 experience points.
Very nice.
Nice. Heck yes, made like 2 rolls for it.
Just that.
Yeah.
It's one of the it's the hardest one to do. It's a DC 40.
Whoa. Okay.
Does he have like a plus 20 to your thing? He should. Yeah, but you have your. I mean, on the will save, that also would have been a crit because you have resolve as an oracle.
I'll go ahead and spoiler that in this world, if you ask, it is extremely unlikely that anyone's will save will be their lowest.
I mean, I imagine that makes sense even in a world where fucking everybody can cast magic.
I think the thing with the saves being upgraded is only if you succeed it, though it doesn't like raise it from a normal to a or from a fail to succeed, right? It's only from succeed to crit succeed.
Yeah, it's from succeed to crit. So like if Kia succeeded at falling asleep, he would have crit succeeded.
Right. If he failed and rolled a 20, it would become a success.
Yeah. Would it then become a crit success, or does it not jump up
I
to?
don't think
One
they
crit.
like multiply apply. Yeah.
Oh, then yeah.
Yep. Because there's one of
Then,
those
yeah.
for I think every save.
I think that jumps to crit succeed because the failure becomes a success to the 20, and because successes become critical successes, then it would just be failure to crit success. It's such a rare circumstance. I think it's fine.
I'd say there aren't many things that are like fail go to success from what I've seen. There's a fair few like crit fail goes to regular fail and success goes to crit success, but there's not very many of the ones in between that.
Yep. It's usually just a step. So, this is one of there are 2 types of fun that you guys could have engaged in today, and I'm happy that we at least got to meet the Aether, because I imagine you guys will probably be coming back here, even if and after you do find Althar, just because magic items are here. Any case, thank you guys for coming. It was really fun.
It was fun.
I'm glad you guys had fun. And we will meet back here 5:45 next week, and hopefully we will have a Vigilantian show.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
See you kids then.
Yeah, see ya.
Did I get the 80 experience, by the way? Did I apply that? Or did you apply that?
Oh, no, he didn't apply it. You apply it yourself.
No.
Do at least the minimum amount of work, Marvs. Come on now.
I'll do that here before I
All right.
leave.
See you, kids.
See you guys.